Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound.
Actually confirmed open now.
Okay, thank you, Clerk. Okay, good morning, members. To Fáilte Róga Lig, we do have quorum, and I now call the meeting to order and welcome all members to the meeting. Can I remind anyone in the public gallery that mobile phones must be turned off? Mobile tablet devices can, however, be used through a Wi-Fi connection, and all devices should be muted. Password details are available there in the gallery for anyone wanting to connect to Assembly's Wi-Fi network, and no recordings or photographs are to be taken. Can I remind members also about the protocols regarding the use of electronic devices? Please switch all mobile devices to airplane mode and activate your Wi-Fi connection. Please also use tablet devices discreetly and in a way which does not interfere with the proceedings, and please be aware of cameras and the sensitivity of the microphones throughout the meeting. Finally, members, can I remind you about your responsibility to declare any interest in any of the items under discussion today? Do members have any interest wish to declare in relation to today's agenda item? Kelly?
I'm a member of the deaf and hard of hearing community, just for later on.
Yep, thank you. And I will declare that I own a private property from which I derive a rental income, and also a community involved in several community organisations. Okay, members, content? Thank you. Members, moving on to apologies then. Are members aware of any apologies? Okay, Clerk?
None.
No, thank you. Chairperson's business, members, I have nothing to report this week, and I am conscious we have a significant amount to work through as well as briefings today, so we'll just move on from that. Agenda item 3 then is the draft minutes. Can I refer you to the draft minutes from the meeting on the 20th of February, which are page 7 of the meeting pack? Are members content to agree the minutes of 20th of February as drafted?
Agreed.
Great, thank you, members. Matters arising then, members, you've been provided with a summary table of matters arising at page 21. So members, I intend to go through these items by number and groups as usual, and ask if you wish to draw out, highlight or seek briefings in relation to any specific item. So can I ask first of all, do members have any comments on items from 4.2 to 4.6? Go ahead, Kelly.
Could I ask, under 4.2, complex lives and supporting people are connected. At some point it would be worthwhile, just so that we can inform ourselves about their work, it might be worthwhile asking the department if we could have an informal presentation about complex lives and the supporting people programmes together.
An informal presentation, yeah?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Members content with the proposal? Yeah. Thank you, Kelly. Any other items from 4.2 to 4.6? Kelly, go ahead
I have
again.
a few here. The 4.3, if the planning work is taking place during 25-26, I'm a little bit concerned when the strategy will actually come forward for active ageing. Could we ask the department if they could provide us with a copy of their plan and a timescale of when the active ageing strategy will come forward? It's just I'm worried, are we going to actually run out of time in this mandate?
Yep. Members content with that?
Yeah. And then 4.4, could we ask the department of the Fresh Start projects, thank them very much for sending us the information, but it would be useful to find out how they're measuring the outcomes of Fresh Start. We've got a lot of detail about the projects, but it's the outcomes that are the main actions that would be important to measure whether or not this is successful. And then finally, 4.6.
Members content, and Clerk, you have the detail, do you?
So how are we measuring the outcomes for Fresh Start and any measures of success?
Please, yeah.
Yeah.
The 4.6 has me a bit concerned. This is about Homeless Connect and the review of their members. I think we need to find out, the health, if I'm right, is putting in place measures to consider what the impact is to the service providers that are impacted by the National Health Insurance costs for employers. I've a lot of concern that Homeless Connect, they have said in their report, I think it's page 48, that due to the costs, the outcomes may not be achieved. It's just to know, will they be penalised for that, or will the recognition be made that there's an increase in costs for those people, and what is the department going to do to recognise the pressures that are put on their suppliers?
Members content, and Clerk, have you
So will they be penalised for not achieving their
Outcomes?
outcomes
Or will there be a review of
under
that
the funding agreements?
That's me.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Any other issues with members within 4.2 to 4.6, or everybody content then as per the memo? Thank you. And then I'll ask members moving on to any comments on items in 4.7 to 4.11. So I do want to draw out there just 4.9, which is a reply from the Housing Executive on a Sustaining Tenancies Grant Funding Programme and the draft strategy and action plan that committee has been provided with. I want to just say I very much welcome the work that's been done to date, and I particularly welcome the fact that we have received now a draft strategy and action plan, because that allows us as a committee then to potentially have impact into how that plan, how that draft is finalised. And I think we can undertake our advice and support role much better when we have drafts like that. So I want to welcome the fact that the Housing Executive have included us at this point in the process. I think that's exactly the right way to do it. In terms of the document itself, in terms of funding and future sustainability, I would be keen to know what assurances the Housing Executive can provide that the funding for tenancy sustainment projects will continue beyond 2025, and what alternative funding streams are being explored to ensure ongoing support for vulnerable tenants. If members would be content to check that. I'll come to you in 1 second, Kelly. One other thing I just on that 4.9 that I wanted to flag was youth homelessness and early intervention. And just given that homelessness and youth homelessness in particular, I would like to, if committee were content, seek an update on the specific outcomes achieved to date by these teams and what metrics are being used to assess the effectiveness of that approach in preventing tenancy breakdown among young people in particular, if members are content.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Kelly?
Chair, the only thing I'm confused about with that 4.11 on the tenancies that thrive, tenancy support and sustainment strategy. Is this coming from the landlord side of the Housing Executive, or is it coming from the Housing Authority side of the Housing Executive? Because if it's the authority side, it's only for Housing Executive tenants. It's not for any other type of housing. So things that the Housing Executive could, for instance, be bringing forward as tenancies that thrive, tenancy support and sustainment strategy is something that would be important across all tenancies. So if we could get clarification from the Housing Executive when they're sending us stuff through, is this the landlord side that's brought this forward, or is it the authority side? Because if it's the authority side, then why is it only the Housing Executive tenants? Because the Housing Executive, as it currently exists, tell us that there's a very clear wall between the two components of the organisation, and if they're only using the authority side to look at Housing Executive issues, then we're sort of missing the point in having that side of the Housing Executive. So it's just to get clarity on that one. If it's the landlord side, fine, no problem, but if it's not, then if we could just maybe check with the Housing Executive where these things are coming from.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Members content? Yeah. Anything else within 4.7 to 4.11 in matters arising? Members wish to raise? No, content, thank you. Members content? Yeah. Anything else within 4.7 to 4.11 in matters arising? Members wish to raise? No, content, thank you. Members content? Yeah. Anything else within 4.7 to 4.11 in matters arising? Members wish to raise? No, content, thank you. So, members, also a summary table then at page 3 of your table papers. So that contains items 4.13 to 4.15. 4.15 there is the copy of the letter of expectations which the Minister sent to the Arts Council, followed up from last week. The Minister will be in attendance later this morning. If members have any queries, they can raise those directly with him in relation to that communication. Any other issues within that section? Members want to draw out? No, thank you, members. So, moving on to item 5 then, which is correspondence. And the memo for correspondence is at page 84. And there's a tabled correspondence memo at page 61 of your table pack. I intend to go through these items by number and groups and ask if you wish to draw out, highlight or seek briefings in relation to any specific item of correspondence. So we'll go first to items 5.2 to 5.7. Is there anything within those items? Kelly?
5.4, that individual has asked us to find out why the partnership funding with councils is different from others. Can we maybe ask that question from the department?
Members content?
So, the committee asked to expedite the briefing from the department in relation to that fund,
Yeah,
and it's in for next week.
Yeah.
Just if we can make sure that they
In advance,
maybe
we want to ask that.
Well, it's even just to ask them to answer that. And then at 5.5, right, liquor licensing. We've got the survey. Can we find out what the department plans to do with that? Because I don't see any legislation on the horizon. So while there was a requirement to provide this, what are they going to do with it?
Members content we seek that information? Clerk, you
Members
content?
agreed, yep.
Yep.
Okay, members, moving anything else in 5.2 to 5.7? Moving on then to 5.8 to 5.10. Any items there? And moving on, members content then with the memo and moving in that section. Moving on to tabled items 5.12 to 5.16. Do members have any issues they wish to raise or highlight there? No, members content with that. Thank you. Okay, members, moving on to agenda item 6 then, gaming machines, gaming in brackets, gaming machines in registered clubs, regulations NI 2025, page 310. So members, we considered this rule at our meeting last week when we deferred the decision on it until we got further information from the department. A written briefing on gambling reform is provided at page 316, which includes an update on the levy. The committee team also laterally received a copy of the APG on gambling-related harms note, also at page 62 of your table papers, and a further departmental response on the rule at page 72 of table papers. The examiner has also now reported on the rule in her 33rd report without comment, and a copy of her report is at page 287 of the pack. So, based on the additional information provided, are there any unanswered questions remaining, members? Members content, thank you. Therefore, can I confirm members have no objection to the rule before I put the formal question? No. So then I will put the question formally that the Committee for Communities has considered SR 2025/22, the gaming machines in registered clubs regulations NI 2025, and has no objection to the rule. Are members agreed?
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Okay, members, thank you. So,
No minister here, yeah.
okay, so
Want to adjourn?
we'll take a quick break there, members, just in readiness for the Minister coming. We are a bit ahead of time, so we'll get the Minister and get started that session as quickly as possible. So I'll just ask the Clerk to adjourn the broadcasting, and it'll take a minute or two for that to kick in.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.
Are we going to the sign language session now?
Okay, thank you, members. So we're now resuming then, and just going back briefly to Brian, you raised an issue there in relation to correspondence, was it?
Yes, just under correspondence in the table pack, there's a letter to the committee from the Christian Institute regarding that there's no legislation devolved to Stormont on the volume of advertising of gambling, particularly online gambling sites, and sometimes we've seen that become quite prolific in sports, and just say that if it's left unregulated, that it can become quite prolific. So they're suggesting we ask the Minister to write to his counterpart in the Labour government asking for action, urgent action on gambling advertising, and what restrictions do exist. So I propose that we should do that.
Yeah, members content? Yep. Yep, thank you. Okay. Okay, members, moving on then to agenda item 10, which is the sign language bill. So, members, we do now need to consider a number of items in relation to the sign language bill. There's a clerk's memo outlining the proposed process at page 365. You've also been provided at page 369 with a draft timetable for consideration of the bill. Are members content to agree the timetable?
Yeah.
Thank you, members. You have also been provided at page 371 with a draft motion to extend committee stage till 13th February 2026. So just to emphasise, members, the February 2026 date is a limit rather than a target. And please bear in mind, this includes a period of 6-week call for evidence, and also the fact that there will be periods of recess at Easter, summer, autumn and Christmas impacting. So effectively, when you take the call for evidence and recess periods, it's around 6 months for committee's consideration of this bill. The plan makes provision for 10 evidence sessions planned on a fortnightly basis. These have been planned fortnightly, as we must also be mindful of the fact that after each evidence session, which will be signed, we are going to clip that session to put it on the website, but this is going to take around 24 to 48 hours to produce. The committee team also plan to produce a summary communication of what happened in relation to the bill at the Communities Committee this week. So that'll be a kind of a regular update. What happened to the bill at the Communities this week. Slide summary, which will be interpreted in both sign languages and used in social media update posts. So that's an attempt to be effectively communicate the work of the committee to that sector. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
I just think, Chair, I wanted to, I suppose, commend the process. I think this is a really good example of how we can make something that is relevant to a particular section of our community relevant, accessible, and whilst I'm not always in favour of extending committee stages longer than we need to, I think that there's justification here if we're trying to do everything that we possibly can to be as accessible as we possibly can. So just want to commend that process.
Yep, thank you. Also, members, please note the call for evidence is scheduled to begin on Friday 7th of March, and that'll take a period of 6 weeks. This date also depends on the availability of ISL and BSL interpreters to help prepare materials for the call for evidence survey to allow respondents to provide their responses in sign language. The proposed extension of the committee stage of the bill will also allow a degree of flexibility for the team to access interpretation in order to make our consideration stage as inclusive and robust as possible. In terms of taking a realistic approach, this committee scrutinises the department with a significant remit, and we will also need to carry out all of our normal committee business on a weekly basis. considering statutory rules, proposals for secondary legislation, and other briefing sessions such as budget, monitoring rounds, sessions with the Minister, etc., as well as wanting to ensure that we have robust scrutiny of this bill itself. So I think those are all key factors. Go ahead, Kelly.
Can I just suggest, in our promotion piece it says we want to hear your views. Can we change that to know your views?
Yeah.
It's just, we are talking about sign language, so it's just being the language. But the other thing as well I wanted to ask is our consultation. I've seen the draft questions there. Given the fact that we know that people who use sign language, written English, may be an issue, have we got alternative options available should anyone wish to have those questions in sign or easy read?
We're signing all of the questions.
Wow, very good.
And there's going to be an option to record evidence and send it by video.
That's superb. No, to be honest, if we're I know and I appreciate that it has been a long time in coming, but I'm always a great believer in a committee should take as long a time as it needs to take. And if we don't need to have as many evidence sessions, then we won't need all of this time. And I appreciate the department may well come back and be a bit upset with us talking about this length of time, but to be honest, given the amount of interpretation, and there's a lack of sign language legislation that helps us to ensure that there's enough interpreters available, I think that taking our time and making sure we get this right, because as I spoke about in the second stage, there are a number of areas that I think is a bit light in the bill that we could perhaps think about updating or getting the department to. Yeah,
and I have to say my reading of the bill as well would indicate to me that there will be areas that we will want to focus on. So I certainly want to ensure that we provide the best bill we can in relation to this and the most effective bill we can in conjunction with the department. So I think that is, if necessary, takes a little bit longer, I think it's worthwhile getting it right. I think that's something we should consider. Mm-hmm. So therefore, members content then that we extend the committee stage to 13th February. Yep, 2026. Yep, mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, are members content that this motion then to extend is lodged with the Business Office? Yep. Members, you've invited there at page 372 with a draft signposting advert calling for evidence on the bill. And is that part of what Kelly has mentioned there, a tweak to that? Provided with that tweak included, are members content that a copy of the advert is placed in the 3 main daily newspapers?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, members. You've also been provided at page 373, members, with the draft questions for the call for evidence. Are members content to agree the questions for the call for evidence? Yep. Content. Thank you, members. And members, just before we move, we'll not go to the so we'll come back to that raised briefing there. We'll come back to agenda item 11. The Minister is here, so we will revert back to the session with the Minister. So, if I could ask, we'll get the Minister.
Next page. Okay.
Morning.
Morning. Morning.
Mark, everybody.
Hi everyone. So you're all very welcome to Fáilte Rómh Uilig. Members, there are no briefing papers for this item. It's an oral briefing only. So we'd now like to welcome the following to our meeting. So we have Gordon Lyons, Minister for Communities, Mark O'Donnell, Deputy Secretary, Housing and Sustainability Group, Paddy Rooney, Deputy Secretary, Work and Health Group, and Emer Morelli, who is Deputy Secretary of the Engaged Communities Group. So, Minister, given time is limited, I would propose we move straight to questions from members, if you're content with that, and members can indicate then as they wish to come in on issues. Certainly a busy department, and I think a lot of issues to be covered. So I'll ask members and the panel to try to accommodate that pressure, and we'll try to move through the issues as succinctly and effectively and efficiently as we can. So if members just indicate to the clerk then. So, Minister, the first one I suppose I want to focus on the anti-poverty strategy. It's one that we have been very focused on and one that we're very interested in. There had been an indication, I think, that there would be a strategy going out to consultation before the end of the financial year, and that a final draft would be with the Executive. So can you update us as to whether the Executive have received a final draft of this important strategy?
The commitment that I have made is that the paper will go to the Executive before the end of the financial year. That's a commitment that I'm sticking to. We all know how long this has been going on for. It's been a commitment since 1998. I'm pleased that we have been able to make progress in the last year, because I made this a priority when I came into office, and I said that I wanted to see progress on this and see progress on it as quickly as possible. I think the approach that I've taken on this is the right one as well. I don't want to just lay in front of the Executive a strategy which I'm asking them to sign up to, but we established the cross-departmental working group. Ministers nominated representatives to sit on that group so that we could get input from them. So we have a draft strategy. We also have ministers who are coming back with individual actions that they think that they can take on. That has been collated, and there'll be a little bit of reviewing to do on that. But I want to make sure, and then we are still in line to take that to the Executive before the end of the financial year. I just want to reassure members of my commitment to getting this done, first of all. But secondly, I want to make sure that we have a strategy in place that actually makes a difference. I want to make sure that it's realistic, I want to make sure that it's deliverable, and I want to make sure that it has measurable targets in it as well, because I think those are all very, very important. So I know that this is an issue that is very, very important to this committee, very important to many stakeholders out there as well, and you can be assured that I'm doing everything that I can as Minister to progress this.
Okay, thanks, Minister. And I welcome that commitment, and I do certainly think that there's a keen interest in seeing this being progressed. You will be probably aware, Minister, that the anti-poverty sector is becoming increasingly concerned about the content, what's in the strategy, and maybe a fear that there's a less ambitious approach to what was in the draft. So can you confirm that if any sections have been removed from what was presented as a draft, and if so, what sections have been removed from this version that you're working on now? So
I'm taking forward the work that has come back from the cross-departmental group, the actions that departments feel that they are in a position to deliver. Look, I want this to be ambitious. There's no point in it not being ambitious. We also want to make sure that it's credible and that it is deliverable as well. But I recognise the concerns, and I understand the frustrations as well that have been expressed by many in the groups that you talk about, which is why prior to public consultation we will engage with them directly. I hope you'll understand that I need to be able to get Executive approval first. I'm not wanting to hold back any information from you in any way, and I want this committee to have its proper role also. But I will need to get agreement from Executive colleagues first of all about actions, and that is still work in progress.
Well, on that cross-departmental working group, we have heard that I think the second meeting was in January. How many meetings of that have taken place, and are you satisfied that those meetings will conclude their work in time to factor into this strategy?
Yes, it is still my expectation that will be there by the end of the financial year. It's not just meetings, of course, that take place, it's the work that's fed into that. I don't know if you have the direct number of the number of meetings that have taken place.
I chair the cross-departmental working group. We have had 2 meetings. All returns are now with the department, and the work of the cross-departmental group in terms of bringing forward the proposals and actions is complete. It has formed the advice that will go to Minister as part of the draft strategy. I must emphasise we weren't starting from scratch on the cross-departmental working group. As you say, we have had a wide range of evidence already provided on this issue, and the focused work of the cross-departmental group has brought that together in terms of what ministers themselves can commit to now and what is affordable and credible, as the Minister says, going forward. But that will now all be collated and brought forward. So we are not envisaging another series of meetings of the cross-departmental working group. We are now in the final throes of finalising draft advice to Minister on the strategy.
Okay, I'm going to go to other members here now on this issue. I'm going to let our Deputy Chair Nicola and Nicola Brogan, and then Sean, and then Daniel and Brian.
It's not on this issue.
Oh, sorry, you're on indicating on a different issue. Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I'm really glad to hear that we're still working to that target of it being brought to the Exec by the end of the financial year. I'm just wondering, will there be a budget for the 25-26 year? Has that been formulated? And I suppose fits in with the cross-departmental working. Is that something that other departments are also factoring into their budgets?
So my expectation is when I bring a strategy to the executive, being it housing supply or anti-poverty or whatever else, there's an expectation that if executive ministers are prepared to sign up to something, and if they come forward with their specific proposals, then I see that as an executive priority, and I see that as something that should therefore be funded. And I certainly hope that that's the case here. That's why I'm not just laying something down in front of executive colleagues and saying this is what I believe that you should do. We're saying what is credible from your point of view, what is realistic, what is achievable. There will be other issues on top of that, which there may need to be further discussions about. However, I go back to my original point. I want to actually make a difference, and I want to actually make a measurable difference. And I want to make sure that we have policies in place that are actually going to change the situation that many people find themselves in. That obviously needs to come with the budget required as well.
Do you think it'll be, in terms of the year coming forward, will we be looking really in kind of in-year monitoring rounds? Is that where the crux of that will come from? Because obviously it won't be in place for the 1st of April, we know that, but will it then be that you'll be relying on bids, I suppose, in year?
So some of the actions that will be part of the anti-poverty strategy you will already, the department's already planning for. That's going forward anyway, so they've come back to us and they have said these are some of the things that we want to be able to do, and they will be planning for those already. Do you want to come in?
I suppose as well the strategy will be over a period of time to be formally agreed with the Minister and the Executive, but likely to be between 5 to 10 years, so budget requirements will be phased over that period as well. So I think it's important to understand that it's not just the incoming financial year.
Ellie?
I was just following on from that. I'm really delighted that cross-departmental work is ongoing, but it sounds a bit reactive as opposed to progressive. There are certain items that will certainly help your anti-poverty strategy from the other departments, and I'm just wondering if they're saying that they're going to come forward with what they can do as opposed to what we need them to do. That's a different thing. I'm just wondering, is there any actions within the strategy that requires them to step up to the mark a bit more? Like the fuel poverty strategy would be a huge one if that was cracked, to help people who are struggling, with costs at home. Is there any drive to really push the other departments to come and meet your ambitions?
I think it's fair to say that's part of the work that is currently ongoing. We've received the returns, we've looked at what the departments are saying, and certainly I think it's fair to say there'll be a role for us over the next number of weeks to see how does this all match up. First of all, how does it link together, so that it's not just individual actions that stand alone, but we're trying to move things together in a way that will actually make a difference, but also where we believe further work could be done, and that is ongoing.
Thank you. No, just the Minister, as you know, we're here to help you as well as to scrutinise. If there's anything we can do as a committee to encourage the other departments to step up to the mark, this is a very important issue that will actually have a huge benefit for them in the long term. Yeah.
And that is the point that I want to make again and again. So often it is the case within the Department for Communities that spend in this department becomes investment in people, that prevents additional public sector spend that is required elsewhere, be it health, education, sometimes even justice.
Okay, Daniel, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Minister, thank you to you and your team for being with us. Just following on, there's a bit of confusion around the commitment that was given, because obviously I have no responsibility as Chair of the PAC, but a commitment was given under an MOR that an update would be provided at the end of January, and we're now into almost March. So why is there a delay or some confusion, first of all, in relation to an update on the anti-poverty strategy? That's the first question. Secondly, in relation to recommendation 2 of the report, the department has only partially accepted that recommendation. Can we have some clarification, because there is quite a bit of ambiguity around why there's a partial acceptance of that recommendation, given that you are the lead department for delivering it. So if you could provide some clarification around that. And also, I know the Minister does take this issue seriously because he does speak about it, and I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes in relation to this issue. But for every day of delay, the reality is that poverty in Northern Ireland is worsening. and unless we get ahead of it, there's people going to be continuing to live in dire circumstances. Thank you.
I'm just going to hand over on the first couple of points to Emer on those specifics, if that's okay. I'll come in on the third.
So in respect of the PAC recommendation to, the Minister has written now to PAC in respect of the background to that. I think, just to be clear with the committee here, it is not that we're demurring from our responsibility as the lead department. We are not demurring from our responsibility to ensure that other departments do all that they can. Where the partial recommendation on behalf of the Department for Communities is we cannot give you assurance on behalf of the Department for Education, for example, in respect of the actions. But we have reflected on our response to the MOR and have set that out more clearly in our response to PAC, and we're happy to respond fully once you've considered that response.
I appreciate that, and obviously that'll be a matter for the PAC, but I do appreciate the clarification. My concern is, and which I'm sure you will share, that previously under the child poverty strategy there was clear feelings because basically no one was taking the lead or a hold of it, and there's a concern in terms of the operation of the executive that the silo mentality of or operation of the executive as a whole is going to be a considerable barrier to actually delivering this particular strategy and implementing it to its full effect. Sorry, I'm a bit, yeah.
I'm here to help you as well. No, look, let me address that issue first, this idea of a silo mentality, because I think it's very easy for us sometimes to lapse into that language and to assume that the departments aren't working together. That's certainly not been my experience in this mandate. Look at how we very quickly worked together when it came to the Defective Premises Act. Sinn Féin and the European Alliance Minister working together to try and tackle that issue. In all of the strategies that I am putting forward, I feel that we're having very good cross-departmental work, because that's the only way to do it. Take the housing supply strategy. That is something that was waited for a long time. I think Kelly Armstrong even gave out a woohoo in the chamber when that was passed, and I think that's a great example of how we've actually worked together to identify how we tackle the issue of housing supply in a cross-departmental way. We have had no issues whatsoever with departments bringing back their returns to nominating ministers to working together. It's absolutely the case that DFC is the lead when it comes to progressing the strategy and getting it in front of the executive, but it very much will be an executive strategy, because you can't tackle this issue in any other way. I can genuinely say that there have been no barriers, I feel, that have been put up by other departments, officials or ministers or anyone else in this regard. We all want to tackle this issue, and I know time's tight, but just to come back on your other issues, we're putting an anti-poverty strategy in place. That does not mean that we are not taking actions now. It's the same issue around the programme for government. We will hopefully get that to the Assembly very, very soon. I have not waited for a programme for government to be in place in order to progress issues in this department when it comes to the anti-poverty. I've not waited. Look at what we've done on welfare mitigations. Housing is a
we're going to be coming to a lot of those, Minister. So we're moving through thematically. So, okay, very
briefly, and thank the Minister for those answers. You've brought up the programme for government. That was the question I was about to ask. I hear that there's a green light ahead of us. Is there a clear pledge and commitment within the programme for government to tackle this issue at an executive level with clear targets as to how that's going to happen?
I'm not in a position before this goes to the Assembly. Unfortunately, the Communities Committee doesn't get to see this before all of the other Assembly members, but it would be my expectation that you will not be disappointed with what is coming forward, and I know you're often disappointed.
Brian, briefly as possible, please.
Okay. Look, thank you, Minister, for coming today, and just to agree with you, as with the housing strategy, I think it's important that the branding on the anti-poverty strategy is Northern Ireland Executive, and there's responsibility for all departments to take action and for that to be measured. I just want to flag up, you've often spoken, Minister, about the importance of people achieving and increasing income through employment and support that's provided through your department. Just to mention again the need of those voluntary sector groups who previously had ESF funding, then shared prosperity, now I think with a 60%, now on 60% of their shared prosperity funding for this coming financial year. What representation are you making to Westminster regarding the future of shared prosperity funding, and also what support from the block grant can be provided to sustain that work.
We've agreed to move through, and that's a slightly different angle. I think that's going to come up in another section. So if you mind, would you just come back on that? I think that's going to come up within the core funding.
Certainly on that point, and in terms of anti-poverty, we absolutely need to increase incomes. That's making sure people get the right support within the welfare system, but importantly making sure you have pathways into employment. Many of those organisations are absolutely critical and key to making sure we break down barriers to employment and get them back into work. So absolutely, that is essential. We'll come on to that later on, but yes, I have been lobbying the government on that.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything new in the new strategy over and above what was in the draft? Specifically new?
I haven't always been comparing directly from what's there now until what is there previously. I don't know if EMA has any particular issues raised, but certainly there are new, novel things that have come up from different departments as well.
And from our own.
Yeah.
As well. I understand we'll be back at committee shortly, Chair, on the anti-poverty, and we can bring more detail there if it's helpful.
Okay.
Can I just emphasise, I genuinely want to have a collaborative working relationship with the committee on this, and I don't see consultation as just something we do for the sake of it, but something genuinely we want to make sure that we work together on to make sure we get this right.
Yeah. So I would have liked to get more detail, but however, just on a very basic issue, how many pages is the draft currently?
Stands the draft strategy itself, subject to Minister's final view, will be approximately 30 pages on.
Okay, and that will be a significant reduction from the draft document that you inherited coming into there?
So I suppose, subject again to Minister's final view and agreement, we're aiming to make the strategy as accessible and as user-friendly as possible. So this is the strategy document itself. It's not necessarily the action plans underpinning, the various screenings, quality assessments, etc., that we will also have to do to accompany the strategy.
Well, just to reiterate, there is grave concern in the sector, so I would urge you to put all attention into the content of it. Andy, briefly, please.
Sure. And I know welfare mitigations are going to be brought up in a later piece, but I wanted to focus on the budget point that Shan was making in relation to welfare mitigations. And Minister, last week your officials were in and they were talking about the welfare mitigations review, and they'd advised the committee that updated costings had been provided to yourself and the department, if I'm not mistaken, last year. Can you advise maybe when we're going to get those updated costings as a committee or as the Assembly in a wider context? And indeed, has there been any consideration of further mitigations as part of anti-poverty, given the important role the current mitigations have played?
That will feed into the discussions that are still ongoing, but I expect to have those figures with the Executive and with the Assembly within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on then to the social inclusion strategies and the Irish language strategy, and you will be aware that there's increasing concern around that as well, Minister, and there's a bit of a pattern there, I have to say. I know that the cross-department, Conor and Gaeilge, have written to you 3 times to ask to meet with you, and they haven't had a meeting yet. I think there's also been a request from the Strategy Co-Design Group. Why have you not met with Conor?
So I suppose it's the same as the engagement in terms of the other strategies as well. We have a process in place. That process is that we've had the expert groups, the panels, other interested stakeholders that have made their contributions, that have given us the information. We now have the cross-departmental groups that have been set up, and those cross-departmental groups have been examining the different things that each department can do in relation to the action plans that can be taken from that. This is the same for the language strategies, the anti-poverty strategy, the disability strategy.
But I think my question is we are concerned that the people who have contributed so much to all of these strategies are not able to get a meeting with you.
No,
and I understand you're setting out a process there, but I'm asking why that process doesn't include meeting with those groups who have contributed so much.
Because we have all of the information from them already. They have given us
How do you know? How do you know, with all due respect, how do you know if they're seeking to meet with you, how do you know what it is they're looking to meet you about? It could be new information, it could be updated. And I mean, that was a huge part of the draft anti-poverty strategy, was updating. So I just don't understand how you know what it is you don't know without meeting them.
I think it's important, in all of these processes, there's active engagement at official level with all the groups. So we are not sitting back and not taking forward work. As Minister said, as officials, it's incumbent on us to bring advice to him as informed by the various evidence bases that we have, and that's the process that we're in.
Okay, well I can, in our capacity as advisory, I can advise you that sectors across a range of issues, including that one, are increasingly concerned about not being able to contact and interact and engage.
And are they saying they're not finding a way to get information through to the department?
No, they're saying they're not getting a meeting with you, Minister.
With the Minister,
yeah.
Okay.
They want to meet you. Yeah, okay, I see all that, Clerk. So, Minister, can you then give a firm commitment today now that an Irish language strategy will be published during your tenure as Minister?
That's certainly the expectation. We have been going.
What is the expectation? It's the expectation of everyone. That is, I accept it's the expectation. I'm asking you as Minister, will you commit today to a commitment that it will be? Not expected, but that it will be.
I can commit to taking matters to the executive. I can't commit to what the executive may agree, whether that's on the agenda or whether they agree with that or not. When will you take this matter to the executive then? When will you take the Irish language strategy to the executive? I will take that to the executive once the work of the cross-departmental working group is completed. That work is ongoing. They are taking the recommendations, they are taking the proposals. They are looking at what is there. We are currently examining what the budgetary consequences of each of the proposed actions will be, and they'll be considering what work needs to be undertaken so that can be progressed to the next stage.
What's the timeline, Minister? We've been over a year now. We have been hearing this about, soon on a lot of things. What is the timeline for this strategy?
I currently don't have a timeline for either of those strategies. It will be dependent upon that work that is coming back. But I pledge to you that we'll keep the committee updated on these, Colin.
Okay, and committee certainly will keep inquiring on this. Sean, and then Melissa, and then Daniel.
Yeah, thank you.
No, sorry, Andy's in there for Daniel. So Sean, Melissa, Andy, Daniel.
Thank you. And I suppose I echo some of what the Chair said, in that I've been contacted by Irish language groups, and yesterday I stood alongside those who were protesting at the, funding situation of Irish language groups. And there is a paper around that reform of Forest na Gaeilge. We have been informed that DUP have blocked that at the executive. I'm not sure whether that can be confirmed or not. 5 times since Halloween. When there is funding on the table from the Irish government that would allow more process and more progress, within the Irish language development sector, is there anything that you're doing to progress that?
So you're referring specifically to the North-South.
Yeah, and I suppose just the fact that that's on the table. I know there's 8.5 million in your own budget for languages over the 25-26, I think is what you'd bid for. So I'm just wondering if there is the option of more money on the table, regardless of who it's from. Is there anything that you're doing to progress that? So,
discussions are ongoing with officials from Northern Ireland and the Republic. My understanding of this is there's a issue specifically to do with pensions. I don't think I'm at liberty to go into necessarily all of the nuts and bolts of that. I understand that pension issue has presented itself particularly acutely this year, but I am aware that my officials have been continuing to engage with officials from the Republic of Ireland to see if there's a way in which that can be sorted out, agreed, worked on. You'll be aware of the different funding ratios that are in place. Those have been established, and I am aware that there is a way that they're trying to get through that.
It was just when you're kind of looking at a funding crisis in some ways, regardless of where the money's coming from. I think those groups are saying, well, can we get on with that? And I think the other question there may be
implications as well, though, for increased responsibilities at our end as well. So that all just needs to we need to make sure that's bottomed out, and we know that if others are committing themselves to more, does that mean that there's a further expectation for us to further down the line as well? Okay,
that's useful. The other question that I have, Chair, if that's okay, was just around. I suppose a third judicial review is somewhere on the horizon potentially around the Irish language against the department. It is a legal statutory obligation rather than just this would be a nice thing to have for the Irish language community. What is the department doing, I suppose, to either prevent or to work with the sector around, I suppose, avoiding
any further legal implications around the non-delivery of this work?
I think it's similar to the anti-poverty strategy. We have been able to demonstrate, in my view, the action that has been taken forward and how this is being progressed. We'll be able to demonstrate the same when it comes to the language strategies as well, because action is ongoing. There is active work with the departmental, cross-departmental working groups, and we'll have the information to show how this isn't stuck. The proper and necessary work is going on.
I think, as with what the chair had said before, I think it is that engagement and communication with the groups. If they're not getting anything back from the department, there is a feeling that it is stuck.
I certainly, it's my understanding, they have been kept updated.
Engagement at official level ongoing with the department. And as the Minister said, if there's information that hasn't been brought forward...
Is that with the co-design group, sorry? Or on the official level, is it just within departments, or is there any external engagement with groups?
No, we continue to engage with groups too.
Okay.
Have officials met recently with Conor na Gaeilge?
I can come back with that, but we've been in correspondence if we haven't met directly, so I'll come back and confirm that.
Thank you, Andy, and then Daniel.
Okay, my point was covered just there.
Thanks, Andy. Daniel, thank you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Melissa was next.
Yeah, Melissa, sorry. Melissa Tabronar, Lana Wright.
Rove, Justice Jas, Bulev Shaharish. It's nice meeting with you here again at this particular committee meeting. Minister, I was actually impressed by your grasp of the importance of language when you talked in the chamber last week, and particularly in relation to sign language and so on, and that where you described just how important it was in terms not only of communication but also even within culture and that for the sign language community and that as well, and that you actually at a time communicated with them through basic signs yourself. In fact, it was a gesture in that too, we'll say the sign language community. I feel exactly the same in terms of the Irish language, and I know the Irish language community feel exactly the same, and that they would think that their language and culture deserves the same respect, but they're totally disappointed, Minister, in particular in you as a Minister, in terms of not meeting with the likes of Conor na Gaeilge or other Irish language organisations and failing to deliver on that strategy, which has been an integral part of both of the Good Friday Agreement and the NDNA Agreement as well too. So I ask you again, Minister, just what involvement have you had in any respect in terms of the development of that strategy that is so much needed now at the present time for the promotion and development of the Irish language here in the north of Ireland?
Well, first of all, thanks very much for your comments and the support of the wider committee. In fact, in terms of the sign language legislation, it's much appreciated. And just on that point, if I don't get a chance to raise it later, I hope that we can progress the committee stage of that as quickly as possible. That's what many of the groups have been in contact with me asking for, and I hope that can be the case. Let me make it very clear. I fully respect and understand the importance of language, of the heritage and the culture around language as well, and I can understand the frustration that this strategy hasn't been delivered yet. It's the same frustration. In fact, it seems to be a lot of what I've picked up in this department, issues that haven't been taken forward, whether it is in regards to sport or whether it's in regards to anti-poverty or the language strategies as well. That's why we have been working. We've been getting the cross-departmental groups together. Engagement has gone on with officials, and I'm expecting further information in front of me soon. So I'm very aware of my legislative commitments as well as the commitments that I have to people right across Northern Ireland to make sure that their culture and language and traditions are respected.
Okay.
Minister, could I just ask you finally then, even within your tenure now, I would say as Minister and to the end of this particular mandate, are we likely or can we be confident in saying that we will have in place an Irish language strategy?
Again, I'm hopeful that we'll get the anti-poverty strategy in place, but I can give I can only say this is what I'm going to bring to the executive, but it's certainly, with the timelines that we have in front of us, I would be very surprised if we didn't have something in front of the executive in this mandate. Very surprised.
Well, I look forward to that, Minister, and I also look forward to some time or another that you might have the opportunity as well of expressing, say, some of our very well-known phrases and that as Gaeilge to the Irish language community, in deference to them in every respect.
There's another challenge for me, something else for me to learn.
Thanks, Melissa and Daniel.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I think around the Irish language strategy, this is an equality issue. I know you recognise that that this needs to be addressed, but the actions of the department under your leadership would spell a very different story. You know, not meeting Conrad na Gaeilge, the challenges and hurdles in that happening are very frustrating, not just for that group, but for everybody that supports the work that they do. So a commitment to meet them would be a good starting point. Secondly, in relation to the Irish language strategy, Minister, this should be a priority in this mandate, particularly given what has happened over recent years. Can I ask you, Minister, has the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, pressed you on bringing forward the Irish language strategy to the executive? And if so, when is the last time such an engagement has happened?
So in terms of a commitment to meet with him, I think it's important when we're talking about meeting here that I'm treating people the same. I don't want any one organisation to feel as if they're being treated differently. We have put a process in place based on the advice received in how we take these forward, and certainly I'm more than happy to engage once we get to a similar stage as has been the process for the anti-poverty strategy as well. I don't have a list of all of my correspondence from the First Minister with me, but that's certainly something that I can check and come back to you with.
Very briefly.
It is very brief. Just Minister, just following up on what you just said there about the timescales of when things are happening. It seemed to be suggesting then that there is a departmental planned time frame for some of these strategies. Obviously, it's the ambition as opposed to exact dates. Would it be possible to share that with the committee, just when the department hopes that these different strategies will come forward, because it'll help us plan our time?
I certainly haven't been made aware necessarily of those timeframes, but if we have those, there's no problem why that couldn't be shared.
Okay.
Thanks. Briefly, Brad.
Just very briefly, Chair. Just to ask also for the matching Ulster Scots language, heritage and culture strategy, is there any update on the development of that strategy?
Absolutely. Those are both moving together and in tandem in the same work that I have. And in fact, the submissions have come together to me. The same work is being done because we want to make sure that the cross-departmental group looks at that and we weigh those up and we see what is affordable, what is achievable as well. So that's something that we're very, very keen to make sure that we do together, because I think that these are important to people right across Northern Ireland, and I want to make sure that these are treated in a similar way.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, moving on then to Casement Park, but before I just get to Casement, can you tell us, so the GA derives a massive benefit, and that's been set out in the recent past there. As Minister for Communities, you have never attended a GA match. Why is that, and when do you intend to attend a match to see the wonderful commitment that the GA has to sport?
Yeah, well, I have actually attended. There was a match at the GAA for All event in Randallstown. It was a kids' match, but it was still a match. And I got a very warm welcome. I was very pleased to be there, and the theme of that day was about inclusion and how everybody can be involved. And it's the only invitation that I have received from a GAA club so far. They invited me to come along, and I was happy to take that up.
Now.
Sorry.
My understanding is that you have been invited. Jarlath Burns has invited you to other matches.
There was an open invitation to come. I received a few days before the All Ireland final in. It was July, maybe August, last year. I would only got that a few days before, but I'm talking about specific clubs. I've taken up that invite, and there is no issue in doing that whatsoever. And as I've said before, I'm more than happy to attend. I get lots of invitations to different clubs and to different sports across Northern Ireland. I'll be happy to do those.
You recognise the value the GAA brings?
I do, and I think that I've said that, and I've talked about the power of sport across Northern Ireland. That's obviously a important part of the wider sport in Northern Ireland. That's why I've issued a number of invites now to Armagh as well, for them to come up to Parliament buildings. I wanted to offer them a reception here. That invitation was not accepted, but certainly I recognise the contribution that the GAA has made.
Okay, and given that contribution that you've set out there, what is the most recent position, or what's the latest thing you have done in relation to moving the Casement Park project forward?
Look, I think the first thing to do is to put this in its proper context. And I will come on to that detail.
I know the context. You have, in fairness, Minister, you have reiterated that context over numerous interviews, in recent times. So we do have the context. What I want to know is what you're doing currently.
So let me talk about my responsibility, Jan. My responsibility and the agreed responsibility that I have, as has been agreed by the Executive, is to deliver £62.5 million as it was originally agreed in 2011. That's the background and the context that I mean. That's the responsibility that this department has. That changed whenever it came to the Euros, because the department became the contracting authority because of the size and scale of that programme. That's not happening now. We are informed of that in September time. We've had discussions with the GAA. We roughly meet with the GAA once a month. At least once a month at official level. And although it still remains the responsibility of the GAA to come forward with their proposals, and I've said many times the commitment is still there of £62.5 million. I have been asked, and I have agreed to write to the Secretary of State to ask for more information. I received a response. There was no more information forthcoming from him. And so on this and on a number of other critical issues for the Department, I've asked to meet the Secretary of State to tease out where we are in terms of UK government funding for sport in Northern Ireland, including Casement Park.
Okay, I'm going to go to our Deputy Chair, Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, and your officials for attending here this morning. So I just want to pick up on the development of Casement Park, and as Chair said, this has been discussed widely across the media, especially this week, and you know that the GAA President, Charlotte Burns, has described attempting to work with your department as a hostile environment. So we'd just like to know whether you agree with that or not, what measures you're taking to correct that perception, and maybe the likes of going to a GAA match and taking up Charlotte's invitation, his open invitation to attend a GAA match, would actually go some way to correct that perception that there's a hostile environment for GAA officials to work alongside your department?
Well, first of all, can I take this opportunity, because I haven't had it publicly yet, to welcome you to the committee and wish you well in your role. West Tyrone is very well represented in the Communities Committee, and it's good to have you here. I certainly wouldn't agree with that characterisation at all, that there is in any way a hostile environment towards Jarlath or the GAA. I can understand his frustration. I can understand why, after 14 years of no action being taken, that he is frustrated. But there is certainly not a hostile environment that I am presiding over within this department. I have, when he has requested to meet with me, I have met with him. Officials engage regularly, at least once a month, on this issue. I think it's important to highlight that he was here in the building a couple of weeks ago. There was an event on that I wasn't aware was taking place, but when I realised that he was here in the building, as a courtesy, wanting to build relationships, I did offer a meeting to him to see if he wanted to come up and have a conversation. So there's regular engagement on that, but I think that Jarlath's frustration comes from the fact that he may well be under pressure from within his organisation as well, and I understand that, and I understand the frustration of 14 years of promises being made, and that he has seen the regional programme for Stadia develop with Windsor Park completed, Ravenhill completed, and nothing has been done yet in terms of Casement, despite all of the circumstances surrounding it. So I stand ready to meet with the Secretary of State. I've offered that. I've said to Jarlath I will meet with him after that meeting takes place as well. So I don't think that it is right to say that there is a hostile environment. I think he mentioned specifically as well the posters about the GAA that were put up in Antrim. And he said that no unionist politician had condemned that. That is incorrect. I'm happy to put on the record, as has done before, my colleague Trevor Clark had condemned that rightly, and I'm prepared to do that here again now. So it can be very easy sometimes to blame politicians. It can be very easy to blame a unionist minister, but that simply doesn't match up with the reality of what we've been doing in the department.
Okay. I suppose to follow up on that there, the reality is that you are the Communities Minister. Yeah. You're the Minister around the Executive that is tasked with actually pushing forward the Casement redevelopment, and that is an Executive flagship project. It is up to you to push that there, and I can totally understand the frustration of both the GAA President and Gaels right across the North and right across Ireland who feel that this year process is being frustrated. As Jarlath Burns represents the association right across the 32 counties. He represents thousands of members, tens of thousands of members, and thousands of clubs. And I think I'm not sure exactly the maybe you could clarify actually exactly how the invitation to meet with Jarlath when he was here in Parliament buildings. Because I'm not sure if that is the appropriate way to ask for a meeting of the GAA President when he does represent that there. He was in Parliament buildings actually presenting to the All-Party Group on sports to present how social value and the economic benefits that the GAA actually does bring to communities. I was attended that their meeting, and it was very, very useful and very, very important. So I can totally understand the frustration of both Jarlath and Gaels right across the North at the delays to this, and I do think as Communities Minister it is your job to carry on that Executive flagship project and see this here project actually delivered.
So my commitment is to deliver what was agreed, which is the £62.5 million worth of funding. I'm more than happy to facilitate additional conversations around that as well. But the issue that has been raised is about communication and about relationships. I had only found out that day that Jarlath was going to be there, but certainly I offered an in-person meeting. So I hope we can see it from my point of view as well, that I am certainly not attempting to create or have created a hostile environment in any way.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have to move on quite briskly, members, and we're going to Daniel, Melissa and Morris. So brief as possible, please.
Minister, when it comes to issues of Irish culture, there is a perceived trend that you tend to trail your feet in relation to matters around language or in relation to the GAA. Now, I hope in the time ahead that you will rectify that perception by your actions. We have seen the minutes from a meeting that you held with the GAA on the 31st of October, and you committed to doing 3 things. You didn't deliver them, and the GAA wrote to you on the 20th of December. Another 2 months had passed, and again on the 7th of December or 7th of February they had written to you. And as of today, on the 27th of February, 4 months on from that meeting, you have not even had the wherewithal to respond to the GAA on where those commitments that you gave them on the 31st of October are. I actually think that is reprehensible and it needs to be addressed. Minister, I'd also like you to address 3 key areas. Why have you not met with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to advocate for UK government funding for Casement when you gave a commitment to do so at that meeting? Why have you not brought forward a paper to the Northern Ireland Executive Committee regarding the delivery of the Casement Park project when you also gave a commitment to do that? And finally, why have you not instructed departmental officials to advance the procurement of the necessary remediation and enabling works at the Casement site when you also gave a commitment to do that?
Okay. Daniel, just in terms of your first comments, you're saying about my attitude towards the GAA and to Irish culture and tradition, and that I'm not doing what you think that I should be doing on those things.
Perceived trend is
perceived. I could say that about almost any issue. You don't think that I'm doing everything that I should do in terms of housing, or do you think I'm doing a good job on housing?
We'll focus on the GAA. Housing's coming.
I think that answers my question. So you will criticise me regardless of what I do and what I say, especially if you think that it's politically expedient for you to do so. But let me take those three questions. What have I done in relation to the UK government funding? Realising and recognising that my first responsibility is to release the £62.5 million that has been agreed. I remain willing to do that. But in terms of UK government funding, as someone that wants to see more funding in sport in Northern Ireland, I did write to the Secretary of State asking him for clarity on what potential contribution we could see for sport in Northern Ireland. Your
commitment was for Casement, Minister?
I did.
You said on the minutes of the meeting your commitment was that you would advocate to the UK government, the Secretary of State, the UK government, for Casement, funding for Casement. So yes, I'm asking, have you done that for Casement?
Yes, that was included in the letter, but you'll recognise that when it comes to the funding of sports, there are needs across many sports in Northern Ireland. We've received the response to that. It wasn't clear for me, so I've requested a meeting with the Secretary of State, and I hope that will happen soon. Secondly, I haven't taken a paper to the Executive, because it's hard for me to take a paper to the Executive when there is no clarity around funding from what the UK government may contribute. And I think that's the first thing that we need to get from them, to find out what they're prepared to give, and what actually we might want to have on the table in terms of what is credible. And your final issue, why have I not instructed officials for the remediation works? Because I think we've spent a lot of money on this project so far, and I don't think that it's right for us to go ahead and do that work until we have clarity on what is actually going to be on that site, and that's the official advice that I have received.
Given that this is an executive priority, Minister, and has been for some time, has the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, and the Finance Minister pressed you in relation to funding for Casement, and when was the last engagement in relation to this key project?
I have received some requests. Again, it goes back to your previous question. I have received some correspondence from them, and these issues have been raised at executive meetings. But Mr. Chair, I'd just be careful about going into that without me being 100% sure of dates and times. I think I understand why the member is asking the question, but I'll need to check what I'm at liberty to say on that.
Okay, thank you. And Maurice, then finally on this one. Maurice, go ahead. Can't hear you, Maurice, just yet. Just maybe.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you now, Maurice.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief about listening to the discussion. And could I say that I have been locked out of the meeting for quite some time since you first went into a break. So I have only picked up the last 10, 15 minutes. But I know we're primarily focused on Casement. And in my opinion, Casement should have been delivered at the same time as Windsor Park and Ravenhill, but for various reasons it didn't happen. And I know the Minister has recently released the football fund, and I know he has money sitting as agreed at that time for the GAA, and I would ask him to get that released as soon as possible. However, could I ask the Minister, during his discussions with the Secretary of State, has he mentioned any of the other sports, football, rugby, rowing, athletics? There's a multitude of sports across Northern Ireland that are vastly underfunded. And if the facilities for those sports were given the funding to upgrade their facilities, it would make the whole of Northern Ireland a much healthier and better place to live in. Could the Minister maybe give us an indication, has the Secretary of State responded to any requests if he's had them made to him?
So those are issues that I'll be raising when I hope I will get a meeting with the Secretary of State, and I do agree with Maurice on this. I think that there are many sports and sporting organisations that are asking for money and require funding at this time, and I want to make sure that we fund sports on an equitable basis. That was the basis of the agreement back in 2011. The need that we have now is much higher than what was there then. It also goes back to the point of frustration. I know that people in the GAA are frustrated with how things have developed over the last number, or not developed over the last number of years. It's been exactly the same with the Northern Ireland Football Fund that was held up by my predecessors. Simply because Casement hadn't moved forward, and that is now having consequences about the value of that money. So I think that we should be advocates for more funding for sport. I have to balance that out with competing priorities within my department, but also competing priorities across the executive as a whole. But certainly I want to make sure that we do advocate for that on a fair and equal basis.
Thank you. Very briefly, Andy, I didn't have you on the radar, so go ahead.
Just 2 points really, Minister. Obviously we've heard a lot of contacts in relation to Casement, but from the department's perspective and your own perspective, has the department advanced all that it can at this juncture in respect of Casement to ensure that it can be delivered if and when the additional funding is found? And then finally, in one of your last contributions, you'd mentioned a lot of money being spent to date. Can you give us an indication as to how much has been spent to date?
My understanding of the figure for Casement to date, if I am right, Emer, is £17 million.
Okay. And in terms of advancing all the work that the department can at this juncture on Casement, are you satisfied that everything has been done that needs to be done?
I'm satisfied the department has done everything that is required of us and has provided additional help and offers of help. That's why there are those regular meetings with the GAA.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, we want to move on then to the arts, and just to flag, and I know you'll be aware, we had as a committee, a significant engagement with the arts sector, and there are themes emerging there which we are preparing as a report for yourselves to flag up those issues, and I look forward to getting that off to you and to get to hear back from you. It's a sector that brings huge value to us socially, economically, even health and education, all of that, and we all are, I'm sure, on the same page in that respect. So it's just an attempt for the committee to put a focus on it. But I'm going to go first of all then to Sean Mulholland.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the letter of expectation that was published yesterday, there are no words that I have to describe the fear in the arts sector at the moment. I have received more communication on and around this issue than I have of anything else. There is a worry that some of the language is indicative, it's a difficult word for me to say today, indicative of a change of priority, but that change of priority will then lead to a change in funding. And the worry is that if the data is already being collected by the Arts Council, we know that the demographics of the workforce, the demographics of the areas are already outlined. So first of all, I suppose the issue that I want to raise is, are you worried? Is there something in that data that is showing you that there is something to worry about to reprioritise? The second thing, that any activity disrespectful of any tradition, that line in the letter of expectation results in specific and substantive action as regards funding. Can you outline what that will mean, and who is, I suppose, deciding what is disrespectful and what is not? Will that include, I suppose, I'd like to know what that will include in terms of that level of disrespect, and if you believe that your reprioritisation will reduce any of the current arts programme funding that will be going out, because as you know, they don't get their letters, they get an indicative letter and they spend as if they are getting their funding. But if we are not getting the budget finalised, you have organisations who may need to have different approaches to their staffing and their programming.
Look, I think first of all it's worth reiterating what I actually want to see happen first and foremost, which is more funding for the arts. That's what we need to see more than anything else, because I believe it's underfunded. I believe it's been underfunded for far too long. Even at our peak, it wasn't what it should have been. I want to make it very clear to this committee that's what I want to do first and foremost, and have had a degree of success in getting more through monitoring rounds, etc. Secondly, I am putting a new arts policy in place that is coming forward. Work is being done on that. I want to progress that at pace, because I think it's right that we have that framework in place as we move forward, and I think that had been largely welcomed. In the absence of that being put in place, what I want to make sure we do is have an understanding of where this is likely to go and what those ministerial priorities are. I think it's right that the Arts Council links in with the department and we work together. I want to see us working better together, and that was the basis for the letter of expectation. The other thing I want to make sure is that if we are moving to newer different arrangements or newer different funding models, that's as smooth as possible. I'm not wanting any chaos in the system at all by change. But I think that you will recognise and you will understand the concern that exists across many parts of Northern Ireland, that they don't always get the support that they hope for in terms of the arts. And I say that not as a criticism of the Arts Council, because I recognise that the Arts Council are operating under really difficult budgetary environments. But I want to be in the position where we're making sure that the arts is open to everybody and that everybody feels that they can partake, and that new people can take part and new groups can take part. I was speaking to an arts group just last night who expressed their frustration that they're trying to get off the ground. They're trying to do new things. They've had limited success. They've had a lot of success, but limited funding from government, and they just feel they're constantly up against barriers. And what I'm wanting to make sure is that we have that access and that we have the ability for people, maybe from those traditionally that wouldn't have been getting funding, to make sure that they get it as well. So I don't see this as something particularly new or novel or contentious, but I see this as actually reflecting what I hear from around the chamber, that we want to make sure that arts funding is allocated on a fair and equitable basis, and the support that is there is needed. That's not to say that it's not there now. I'm just wanting to make sure that we do better.
What about the funding sanctions then? Well, suppose just go back to, I did ask the funding will be removed potentially, or substantive action around that, any activity disrespectful of any tradition. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Well, this has been raised with me in the past. We want to make sure that we are fulfilling our Section 75 obligations as well, and that we're treating people with dignity and respect.
Thank you, Minister. Moving on then to housing.
Sir Chairman, I'm sorry, very briefly, I did agree to be here from 10:15 to 11 o'clock. I do have other appointments to get to. I'm happy to give you more time, but just to be aware, I am under time pressure because I have an appointment in Lisburn.
Okay, well listen, and I do appreciate that, and I know you have been out and about quite a bit and communicating, so committee certainly welcomes the opportunity. So could we say 11:30 then? We'll just have a couple of other quick issues to run through here. So we'll make it. I'll tell you what. We'll make it a limit rather than a target, and it brings me to my first question. So I am told that at a recent engagement with officials maybe and the department and the sector, there was a statement or a comment made that the housing supply strategy target of 100,000 homes was an ambition. So I just want to clarify: is that a hard target? And do you believe that the elements that you need to deliver that, or to set that target in process, are in place?
I want to go beyond 100,000. That's my ambition, is to go beyond 100,000. We're not putting that down hard and fast, but that's what I want to be above, because I think that we have a crisis in housing. The way we deal with that is through supply.
Okay. On the intimidation points issue, it has been a concern raised around what engagement has happened since the announcement and what is going to happen at the end of March in relation to people who currently are sitting on intimidation points. The sector are a bit, I get a sense of a bit adrift in terms of a clear understanding of what's happening at the end of March. Can you highlight and update us on that?
So I had tasked the Housing Executive with removing intimidation points by the end of this financial year, and my understanding is that is proceeding. Mark, if you have any additional information on that.
Yeah, I suppose in terms of what happens at the end of the financial year, anybody who has been awarded intimidation points at that point would retain them, but there wouldn't be any new awards of intimidation points. So I mean, look, that's a very small number of people, thankfully, but that's to protect people who have that award, the expectation are already in the system from any disadvantage.
Okay, thank you. I just would encourage, given the brief time, encourage maximum coordination with the sectors, given the moving parts. Brian, and then I'm going to Kelly. So, Brian.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Appreciate the time pressure. Is there any update on intermediate rent? I know this is that reduced private sector rent and the support for that. And also I keep flagging up the issue of derelict properties, and I need to focus on those where especially you get long-term derelict properties in an area and it just causes blight. And it's tedious work having to chase those up. There used to be a unit that looked at that and empty homes, which no longer exists, I understand, within the housing sector. But I do think there is a need to focus to quite often privately owned houses that have been inherited or for whatever reason are derelict, but they cause blight if there's not a focus to try and bring them back into use.
On that issue first, the Agriculture Minister Andrew Muir will be bringing forward his dereliction bill in due course, and I hope that will be another good example of cross-departmental working where those issues can potentially be addressed through that, and working with the Finance Minister to make sure that the rating system reflects some of those concerns as well. Look, it's a challenging one, and there are different reasons. I think the figures probably are higher than the reality, as you have homes that are being sold or temporarily empty or whatever the case may be. So I think there's I don't think the figures tell the whole story. Certainly we have done, I think, a very good job in emphasising to the Housing Executive and to housing associations the importance of dealing with void properties as well, though I think the Housing Executive was very low anyway to begin with, but the housing associations are looking to make more progress on that as well. This is about cost for us as well. Where can we put our resources that make the most difference? And often there can be a lot of cost dealing with long-term empty properties as well. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't address it either. In terms of intermediate rent, I am hopeful that we will be making an announcement very shortly. It is a good start. We will be using FTC, which is often underused, and I hope that that's something we'll actually be able to ramp up in the future as well. But we'll have an announcement on that soon.
Okay, thank you. Brian, Kelly.
Minister, I know you're under pressure, so I'm going to hit you with a couple of questions. Housing executive reform. It's still on the cards and we still don't know what's happening, but I'm keen to find out what's happening with regards to the housing executive landlord side, being able to build again, how we're getting on with that. With regards to the reform piece, and I know that there's a brick wall between the two entities of the housing executive, but there is a concern out there that when the landlord scheme starts to build again, that the authority side of the house will be making and taking decisions that, to be honest, the landlord scheme will be in competition with other providers for. It's just how we're looking at that. And the national insurance contributions, can I just double check, and this is on the housing executive again, are they covered under the public bodies contribution coming from Treasury for their national insurance hikes, or are they separate to that? And I'll leave it there. The other questions sure I can write in. Yeah.
So on national insurance contributions, my understanding is that work is still ongoing with Treasury on that. I don't think we have full clarity yet for a number of public bodies as to exactly what that means. That's of concern to us because that has significant consequences. I don't know, Mark, do you have any update on that?
No, I think we have an expectation across the public sector that there's a certain amount of money to cover the impact on public sector bodies. There's a budget briefing next, I understand. I don't know that is going to be enough to cover every requirement, so I suppose in the budget process and then individual ministers will have to decide how to make best use of whatever funding is made available to them, so those decisions haven't been made just yet.
On the revitalisation element and building again, I can tell you, Kelly, it's something that I'm pushing every single week. And to be fair, I think it's another good example of cross-departmental working. And the previous finance minister certainly has taken this issue on as well. I think I've achieved cross-party consensus across the executive of the importance of this issue. And I know that DOF at official and ministerial level have been progressing this. It's one of the issues I want to raise with the Secretary of State. I'm not going to let my foot off the pedal on this one because I think it's critically important and I will continue to do everything that I can on that. I've had some preliminary discussions with the housing executive in regards to the issue that you talk about and the landlord v housing authority issue there. I have no doubt that can be managed appropriately and done in the right way, and I believe there's plans in place that can deal with it.
It would be useful just if we were able to give housing associations or others, that confidence that any decisions that are taken are fair and balanced. And
that'll absolutely have to be the case. There can't be any special treatment.
It's important to say the strategic housing authority part is accountable to the minister. So if there was any potential for conflict of interest, the minister would be very aware of that through their accountability arrangements to the department. I'm tempted to say it'd be a nice problem to have, that we've got a greater capacity to build. I think if Grania Long was sitting here alongside the minister, she'd be saying we need housing associations to build to their maximum capacity, and the housing executive to be able to build to its capacity because of that ambition under the housing supply strategy.
Thank you. Okay, and I acknowledge, Minister, your remarks that you're engaging urgently with Treasury around the NIC. I would also ask you and encourage you just to keep in close contact with the sectors who are so concerned, and I know you've reflected that concern and are well aware of it. Daniel?
Thank you, Minister. Just in relation to the removal of the intimidation points, I think people are widely in agreement that needs to happen because it's been subject to abuse. But in the case where it is a genuine case of intimidation, how do we ensure that person doesn't remain trapped and gets the assistance and support that they need to ensure their safety and the safety of their family, if indeed it is a case of a genuine threat?
And if there is a genuine and immediate threat, the housing executive will use the processes that are currently in place to make sure that someone is kept safe. That is absolutely a priority, and nothing is going to change in that regard. This is in regards to the longer term issues that people are facing in terms of finding a permanent home, and what we're simply doing is creating a level playing field on that basis, but there will be no change in terms of those who find themselves immediately at risk.
And finally, Minister, in relation to housing, very simple agenda: build by whatever means necessary is probably in a waiver hurdles in relation to some of the wider infrastructure challenges that we have and with our planning system. But in relation to the existing properties that are vacant, homes right across Northern Ireland, I know this has been raised with you, I know you've spoken about it, but how can we ensure that we bring these homes back to standard? What role do you see yourself playing in that? I see it as resolving an issue of empty properties, but also ensuring people have homes available to them in many areas. It could resolve countless problems in a more cost-effective way.
Look, I get this. It's a serious issue. It's a frustration for people as well when they're crying out for a home and they don't have anywhere to go, and they see empty properties and think, well, why couldn't I live there? It's difficult in many regards for this department to do all that needs to be done, because oftentimes we're talking about those that are in private possession, and it's not something that we can immediately step in and do something about. I think there is work that can be done within the rate system. For example, there have been various measures that policy that have been put in place in Scotland, for example. I think it's fair to say that at best the results have been middling. So I don't think we have necessarily a good template to look at either.
There's pilots in the south, Minister. Just I'm conscious across Donegal, where the council, I think, I need to clarify that, has been purchasing privately owned homes and repurposing them for tenants to the standard that is required, and it is proven to be quite successful as far as I'm aware, particularly in more rural areas. So maybe that's something that your department could look at.
We can look into that. Again, we have to look at cost, and sometimes the cost of purchasing a property, some of the legal loopholes you would have to jump through, then bringing something up to the standard that would be required and expected, sometimes can cost more than building in some cases.
Okay, so probably worth just saying housing associations can already buy properties in the open market. It's the acquisition of satisfactory houses or something of that kind. Buying them compulsorily is a different.
Thank you. Process. Morris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your commitment so far. Look, second homes in many instances are viewed as an investment opportunity rather than somewhere to live. And I'm wondering, can your department explore higher rates for tax or rates on second homes, or a vacancy tax or a vacancy rate, or similar long-term to be imposed on similar long-term vacancies? or increasing stamp duty on second homes. Look, we're at crisis point and we have to do something, because the indigenous populations in my constituency, which covers Portrush, Portstewart, Castle Rock, Port Ballantrae, are being forced away from their local area because they can't afford homes because of second home buyers, etc., etc. And it is a problem that affects not just the market, but it affects the local community and breaks the local community up. An example would be that, in my opinion, Port Ballantrae is nearly 50% second homes and owner-occupied and housing executive. Has the Minister any plans to introduce any kind of tax or rate base to make it less attractive to invest in second homes?
Minister?
This has been part of discussions that I have had with ministerial colleagues in the run-up to the publication of the housing supply strategy. Certainly, I think that the may well be complex. It's something that the Department for Finance could look at and that LPS could look at. What I think is also a challenge, Maurice, it's not just second homes, but it's those properties that have been used as Airbnbs. I think that the regulation on that is very, very poor. Most of them aren't regulated. They're not even following the rules that they should be. So I think, first of all, we need to make sure that the rules that are there are followed properly. That secondly, we look at what additional regulation may be required. And I think that this is important, because not only are we starting to see this as an issue in tourism hotspots such as you'll find in your own constituency, but it's been raised with me lately about some of the costs in East Belfast for properties as well. So it's important that we do have that proper regulation as well, and that's all part of the wider housing supply strategy approach.
Thank you. Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Minister. And Andy, brief as you can, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I will be brief, and I'll follow up the others in writing. Minister, recently we had the place shaping team in from the Housing Executive, and they had indicated during the period 23 to 28 a forecast of a need for 24,922 new social homes. How do you feel this aligns to the housing supply strategy? And secondly, would you accept, given that forecast, using their current methodology, of a need for nearly 5,000 homes over that period per year, that's where we need to be getting to?
You'll have no greater advocate than me in wanting to build more social homes. I bid to the executive. I'll continue to bid to the executive. It's why I'm working so hard on housing executive revitalisation to get that over the line as well. I have set out our ambition for at least 33,000 homes through the housing supply strategy over the next 15-year period. All I can tell you, Andy, is I'll do everything that I can to make sure that that is delivered and to make sure that we have the policies in place that help us to get there.
Just very briefly, I know you're under pressure, Minister, but how do you feel that figure, that forecast aligns? Because obviously I would feel it's out of kilter. I notwithstanding obviously the pressures, but between 23 to 28, they're forecasting nearly 25,000 homes, which isn't far off what the whole entirety of the housing supply strategy is aiming to achieve.
That's the first that I have heard that figure specifically. Happy to look at that, but of course we'll be revising our figures as we go along to make sure that we are.
Surely the housing executive would have fed into the housing supply strategy.
That's is that
very much so. Look, the housing executive works through a number of figures. There isn't a realistic expectation by the housing executive that 5,000 per year over the next 5 years is going to be deliverable. I think in terms of delivery of the 33,000 homes over the next 15 years, we would all want that to be front loaded. I think the reality of it is that budget is the immediate constraint, and then all the other things in the housing supply strategy around infrastructure, planning and other measures start to bite. So look, I think we're probably all on the same page when it comes to, we know that we're not able to deliver enough social housing at the minute. The Minister has been quite successful in terms of using a very limited budget and stretching that as far as possible, including in the current year. Mm-hmm. But I think rather than push back on any figures, I think it's the goal of delivering those 33,000 at least over 15 years that we're all focused on.
Okay. Appreciate that. And Chair, I think we probably need a session on that alone.
Mm-hmm. We need a lot of sessions on a lot of things alone, there's no question. Minister, one final one I just want to flag with you before we let you go, and appreciate your time today. within the sub-regional stadia announcement that you did a number of weeks ago, there was an element in it that would increase the contribution from 5% to 40% for in some situations. We have had concerns flagged to us here in committee around the impact that might have on some councils and maybe some other situations. I know we have asked for that briefing to be brought forward, and the department are working on that. But in the interim, can I ask what engagement you've had with those councils who are potentially significantly impacted by that, and would you be prepared to consider extending that deadline to allow that engagement to take place and those concerns to be addressed?
So the 40% figure for local councils, is my understanding that was always going to be the expectation, that there's going to be a greater burden in terms of their contribution that might otherwise have been the case, because these are public sector organisations. It certainly hasn't been expressed to us. Emer, I haven't seen any concern.
There's been very, very strong engagement with all the local councils as we've developed the sub-regional, or the TNF, the Northern Ireland Football Fund model. We are coming on the 6th of March as officials to provide full briefing session and detail around that, and we'll respond in full to queries. But I'll take that back and see. But at the moment, it's not on the department.
I think there's a particular issue potentially around Derry City. So if you specifically look at that, and if necessary, will you, if there's something that does need to be addressed, will you be prepared to look at facilitating an extension in order to ensure those are satisfactorily resolved?
I suppose we need to understand the full detail behind the issue first.
But listen, fair enough. Okay, thanks for that. So, Minister, thank you very much. Appreciate your appearance here today. Wish you well in all of the multiple responsibilities that you have, and I look forward to seeing some of those key strategies coming forward to us very soon, and for them to be as fulsome as they can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emer. Thanks, Mark. And thanks, Paddy. Thank you, Minister.
Paddy, it's your turn next time.
Yeah. Paddy, you may do a bit of overtime. See what we make up for that. Okay, when do the members need a comfort break? Members, I think I'll take a very quick comfort break there. Members, just take a 4-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:35, please. Thank you.
Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound.
Complicates matters trying to get organised that quickly.
He is there, but the camera's off. Right, that's you open now.
Okay, members, so thank you. We're resuming then our meeting at agenda item 8, which is the departmental briefing on the January monitoring round. So there's a copy of the briefing paper at page 325, and I'd like to welcome the following officials to our meeting. So we have John Greer, who's Deputy Secretary of Corporate Services Group, Kathy Sands, who is Finance Director, and Sherry Arnold, who is Finance Director. So thank you for your attendance this morning, and just to take the opportunity to reiterate, the committee is very keen to take an active role in budget scrutiny. We understand the budget bill debates have taken place earlier this week, and that we are where we are in terms of the process for this year. Committee would like to reach a position where we are aware of budget decisions before we hear them in the media or on the floor of the House. We also understand that this is not a matter for those of you here now today. But today, if you can brief the committee on the position following January monitoring, where the department is in terms of the 25-26 budget, and where the pressures and shortfalls are going to fall. So, John or Sherry, which of yourselves is going to brief?
That's myself,
John?
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chair and members, thanks for the opportunity this morning to update you regarding our budget following the monitoring round, which was agreed on the 16th of January. Whilst the department's capital bids were not met in full, it was positive the department received a further 4.5 million of capital DEL allocation for social housing and 2.2 million in non-cash funding for depreciation and impairments. It was also encouraging that the executive also agreed that should any capital underspends arise, that DFC will receive a first call on the outstanding 1.5 million to cover social housing, which was the unmet portion of the bid. The good news in that reflects the Minister's priority and the critical need in Northern Ireland to build more new social homes, and we remain on target in this financial year to start around 1,400 to 1,500 new starts this financial year. Following October monitoring, and members will be aware of this, the province was hit by a generational storm, Storm Éowyn, which caused significant damage across the country and obviously increased budgetary pressure on all departments. DFC took over as the lead department for the recovery on Monday the 27th of January. The department was asked by DOF what impact this has had and notified DOF of a 3.2 million resource DEL requirement to cover costs related to the storm. On the 5th of Feb, the executive agreed to provide 1.4 million in resource DEL allocation to DFC in respect of the costs relating to the storm. That was very welcomed and will be used to fund items such as the flooding assistance scheme, the non-flooding assistance scheme that was provided in respect of the impacts of the storm. Members will be aware that the Minister announced 1 million in funding using this EFA mechanism to go to local councils to help them to respond to the very significant and acute impacts following the storm. We continue to monitor our financial position on an almost daily basis. You'll understand in a department of this size there are a lot of moving pieces, not least obviously our capital and our social housing in terms of where that is, but also on our revenue. And then of course we're still assessing the costs and the impacts following the storm. But the good news is that the department at this stage, while monitoring the year-end expected outturn, is expected to return a balanced budget for the 24-25 year. In terms of our EQIA, we are in the process of concluding in that following the January monitoring round, and we will be bringing a final decisions report informed by the responses back to this committee before publication. Now, in terms of the draft allocations for the budget process in 25-26, which began in August when DOF commissioned an information gathering exercise seeking the department's requirements for the future financial year. A written briefing setting out those requirements was issued to the committee on 20th of November last year, where my colleagues Cherry and Cathy attended and briefed Chair and members on that on the 5th of December. The executive agreed to draft 25-26 on the 19th of December and launched a 12-week consultation. That consultation is due to close on the 13th of March of this year, and responses to that consultation will inform the final budget outcome. In terms of the department's outcome in that draft budget, it allocates 929.7 million of resource DEL funding alongside 270 million of departmental capital and 48 million of financial transactions capital. The good news is the earmarked resource requirements for the department are due to be met in full, and additionally the department received 16.9 million of earmarked funding related to benefit delivery, and I'd like to say to the committee that is quite a unique and extraordinary thing for us to receive an earmarked allocation, although we are keen that is reflected in recurrent commitments to ensure that we can continue to remain parity with DWP in support of benefit delivery and increase the rate and complete the move to UC for the department. In total, the department is set to receive 184.1 million in earmarked resource. That leaves the draft budget proposing that non-ring-fenced DEL is 745.6 million. As part of an exercise commissioned by the Department of Finance looking at budget requirements across 25 and 28, the department notified Department of Finance of a total requirement of 843 million. You'll see then that this proposed allocation for the 25-26 financial year manifests a significant shortfall to the amount of 97.6 million. While it's welcome that this draft budget does represent an increase, it is important that we state to committee that in the context of years of significant underfunding, this still will not go as far as we need it to meet the very significant need for those who are most in need in our society. The proposed budget outcome for DFC will require difficult decisions for the Minister to deliver a balanced budget in 25-26. We are currently forming those options for Minister consider based on the latest forecasts, and it is important to say that all of our previous forecasts for our budget requirements did not factor in changes such as the recent 24-26 pay award, which, when considered, presents an additional pressure of 12.2 million, including $500,000 of employers' national insurance contribution for the department and our ALBs. Now, in terms of capital, the department received a draft budget allocation of 270 million. for 25-26, and it is also in receipt of 45.6 million, which it is permitted to retain for its own capital projects. The department bid for 431.3 million of capital DEL as part of the budget exercise for 25-26. So you can see a significant shortfall between our bid, our forecasted requirement, and the amount that essentially was forecasted needed. While that is a very significant amount of money, the department requires 217.6 million to cover its inescapable and pre-committed projects, and that only leaves 50 million for the Minister to make decisions on with regard to other capital projects. So this proposed allocation again requires the Minister to make difficult decisions, including decisions related to programmes such as affordable warmth, and that will have a detrimental impact on a range of associated programmes, such as our efforts to reduce fuel poverty, and also our efforts to reduce the acute impact of poverty across the province. As a department, we have very tough decisions to make in capital and resource, and we're faced in a similar position despite what seem like increases. Very difficult options to put in front of the Minister in both capital and revenue, and we are in a process now of forming those options to take the Minister for direction. Obviously, again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear here today, and happy to take questions, of course.
Thank you, and appreciate that run through on those issues. So you have confirmed there that there's a projected 97.6 million shortfall in 2025-26 resource budget, and there's funding pressures in homelessness interventions, discretionary support and community sector funding. How do the department plan to mitigate those funding gaps, and what contingency plans are in place if the executive funding does not materialise?
So I think at the minute the options that we're putting in front of the Minister are that there will not be any increase in budgets across departmental priorities from this financial year. And in fact, if we don't have clarity with regard to covering the 24-26 pay awards and things like national insurance contributions, there are no contingencies. The allocation is what the allocation is, and there simply isn't money when you consider pre-existing commitments that I referred to, not just in capital but on existing programmes, and of course our general and administrative expenses.
Yeah, and that's obviously a worrying picture, and one that committee will want to keep a very close eye on. And I think it's particularly worrying that the items which would appear to be most impacted there are around affordable warmth and the fuel poverty, and bearing in mind that we don't still have an anti-poverty strategy, that will really have a massive impact. So that's a concern. The other thing I suppose that I want to ask about before I go to members then is around the allocations for new social housing. So there's 6 million bid there and 4.5 million I think allocation, and a 14.5 million bid for disabled applications. So given the scale of the housing crisis, and we've discussed that here already this morning, and increase in homelessness figures, what step is the department taking to secure additional funding for those priorities, and what impact will those shortfalls in those figures have on vulnerable tenants particularly? So
I think it's important to say on the new start social housing, at the beginning of the current financial year, we were forecast to deliver 400 new starts, and we're now forecasting to deliver somewhere between 1,400 to 1,500 new starts, so a much improved position. The 4.5 million of increase in allocation that we received through the January monitoring allows us to proceed towards that target of 1,450 to 1,500. The 1.5 million ultimately could provide us an opportunity to increase the number of new starts somewhat, probably between 25, somewhere around that. We would be keen to secure that 1.5 million, but I think it's important to say from an executive point of view, obviously the impact of the storm has probably had an implication on the executive's budget as a whole, as that would have been an unforeseen cost, particularly in the capital area, in terms of responding to that, that the executive is going to have to deal with. In this year's budget, in terms of or next year's budget rather, it's for the Minister to make a decision with regard to his capital allocation, what he sees in terms of social home start. There are conversation, but it is important to reiterate that when you take the pre-committed investment in the capital side, he has only £50 million essentially to consider what he can invest in, which includes a range of options, some of which have mentioned in terms of affordable warmth adaptations, new social home starts. Of course, in this financial year, we have recognised the very significant challenges that people in our society are placed under, where we continued and in fact increased areas of support such as our discretionary support payments.
And I'm just a wee bit confused. So you said that allocation would help you to get to the 1,500 figure. My understanding was that figure was derived as a result of a 17 million allocation by the then Finance Minister Kiva Archibald. Are you saying that 4.5 million is only reinforcing that and is not doing any additional builds? So I thought you said that new allocation would help you to deliver on the 1,500, but that 1,500...
The 4.5 million that we got in January monitoring is allowing us to work towards the target of 1,500 houses.
It's not increasing it any?
No, it won't increase it any.
No, okay. I thought the previous allocation of 17 million was what established that 1,500 figure.
No.
Okay, and the impact then, obviously, which you've set out about not receiving the additional. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go to members, then I have Brian and then Kelly.
Chair, you've very touched my first question. I just want to push a wee bit more on the social homes allocation. So this year we start, and I know there will always be underspend and reallocation of funding during the year, but this year we did start with a ridiculously low number of 400 social houses, and that's nearly 4 times increase by the end of the year. What happened that it was so low at the start of this year, and how can we, looking ahead, do we foresee less reliance on monitoring rounds? Was there something that happened this year that there was such a reliance on monitoring rounds? Can we have more certainty going forward? And I know, are you saying then that the aim is to have 1,500, that target right at the start of the year? Yeah.
Sorry, if I talk through 24-25 in the first instance, so yeah. I think the papers do reference our open capital allocation was 133.5 million at the start of the year, and we obviously had an awful lot of pre-commitments and inescapable in the 24-25 year. There was about 70-80 million of that was already pre-committed in the social housing development programme for this year, leaving Minister in a position where at the start of the year there was only 15 million was actually allocated to put new homes on the ground, which led to the opening allocation of only 400 homes. Mm-hmm. Within the year, we have received 80 million of funding for social homes. We received 31.5 million of Fresh Start Housing for All, and then the 48.5 million in the monitoring rounds. And I think the split of that was a 20 million, a 24 million, and the final amount of 4.5 million. Mm-hmm. And all of that funding together is allowing us as a department to work towards 1,500 homes on the ground. We're now in a position looking forward to 25-26, and I think John has referenced in his opening statement the capital position for 25-26. So while we have received a ring-fenced essentially amount of 100 million for housing, we're then left with about 120 million of a general allocation. But I have to put that in context for our department. That 100 million, if we spend the allocation of, or the intention of 173 million this year in social homes, we are pulling forward into 25-26 a commitment of 103 million. So the 100 million is all about the pre-committed spend and will actually give us no new homes on the ground. We then need to look across the wider department, and there are inescapable projects right across the groups, engaged communities, regeneration, our communities place and local government side. all have programmes that are have commitments and are inescapable. So there's about probably 107, 108 million there. So out of the 220 million, so if you look at the 270, take the 50, which is the ring-fenced amount for flagships and for city deals, we're left with 220. 100 of that is for specifically for housing. We're then left with 120, and what I'm saying to you is that we probably have 107, 108 million of that 120 that at this point in time is looking like it's committed into the 25-26 year. So the balance that is left, we then have our spending power of our receipts, which John referenced in his opening statement as well, of about probably 45 to 50 million. So in the round, it's about 50 million to allow Minister to make decisions to start the year 25-26.
Okay.
So out of that 50 million, we will have to find an allocation which will give us our new home starts for 25-26.
Right. Well, if I can put the question this way, I was getting a bit lost there, to be honest.
Yeah.
In terms of the number that was forecast at the start of last year, would you see that as being an anomaly? And going forward, that there should be greater numbers at the start of the year? I know you can't forecast the budgets and so on.
There's no decisions taken on our budget. I think what I can say to you in broad terms, if we started the year with 15 to 20 million in 24-25 and we had an open delivery of 400 homes, I'm saying to you we've only about 50 million to deal with our new homes and all of our projects right across the department. If we took that 50 million and put that all into social homes, the indications would be 50 million would get us about 1,000 homes. But that would mean no investment in anything else in capital across our department as a new investment.
Okay. One other area, Chair. In your report, there you have a section on tackling welfare fraud, and obviously the Minister made his announcements on that last week. Let me see, it's on page 17 of your report. Sorry, Chair, I'll just find the page, which page 17 of your report, which is 340 of ours, and you reference there, because there's some public debate about, welfare is coming directly from Westminster in the annual managed expenditure, but it does speak here about extra funding being allocated in the Barnett formula, specifically to tackle the issue of fraud. So can you confirm, is that the case? And also in the debate on this topic, it was pointed out to me that in Fresh Start, I think it was 2015, there is the potential for savings on fraud actually to come into the block grant, a percentage of that. I don't know what works need to make that a reality, but that people should realise there is actually tackling fraud. It's a way of actually bringing more funding for public services in Northern Ireland. So I don't know if you've whether that's more in the political arena or has any preparatory work happened on that.
You are correct in terms of fraud in Ireland. There was announcements by the Chancellor in the autumn, I think 22-23 budget statements of additional money for fraud in Ireland to tackle the growth that we've seen in fraud and error as a result predominantly of changes within welfare reform, universal credit. The department has put in bids for the equivalent of the work being progressed by the Department of Work and Pensions. So the Department of Work and Pensions secured an additional 6,000 staff and they've secured funding for other fraud and error initiatives. We put in a bid off last year for 3.9 million. We didn't receive an allocation on that.
To DWP?
No,
or
to Department of Finance for executive consideration. For 25-26 we put in a further bids of 4.6 for 25-26 and the following year 9.1 rising to 9.7 then in 26-27. In the draft budget there's no additional allocation for this department. As a result of that we will not be able to increase our investment in fraud and error at the minute. We do have a baseline within the department of around about 16 million. It's funding within our benefit security division around about 350 staff. So there is a lot of work that is progressed within the department in regards to tackling fraud and error, but we aren't able to increase that additional investment. You are correct, the Fresh Start agreement did outline that if we were able to demonstrate that the funding that we invest in Northern Ireland delivers a saving that accrues to Treasury, that there was potential for a share of that. There has been previously invest to save business cases that have been developed. They've been shared with Treasury, they've been shared with OBR through Department of Finance. As yet, there's been no agreement on a share of that money being retained by Northern Ireland. Minister is keen to progress that, and we are having engagement at the minute with Department of Finance officials, and also there is some engagement planned with Department of Work and Pensions to see if we can take that forward. And it has previously featured in our budget exercises as revenue raising option. If that is money that is able to be secured, it could be reinvested in Northern Ireland.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I'll have to move on, Brian.
Okay.
I'll have to move on.
Okay, Chair,
I need to give everyone a chance. Kelly.
Thanks very much, folks. Mind blown already, but I just wanted to double check 24-25, the disabled adaptations, that the £14.5 million was not funded. Can I just double check on that when you're talking about disabled adaptations, is that adaptations to the Housing Executive's own tenancies, or is it the Disabled Facilities Grant?
Disabled adaptations is NIHE's own properties. The Disabled Facilities Grant was fully funded.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Given the fact that you've said that the 24-25 budget is not going to change, is that based with the 14.5 million in the budget or out of the budget?
Are you talking about the capital budget?
Yeah, is that not disabled?
So the disabled adaptations, yeah, is capital money. So we were not able to fund it from the original allocation, and we're still, because we didn't get the money, we're still not able to fund it. So NIHE have to manage that themselves.
Okay, that's an issue maybe we'll have to think about, because it causes an issue for disabled tenants. You talked there, John, about the 12.2 national insurance. Earlier I was asking the Minister, did we know yet if the Housing Executive would be included as part of the public bodies that could be covered by Treasury for the national insurance increase for employers? The 12.2 million, is that including the Housing Executive?
Our estimates for national insurance that have been provided Department of Finance reflect the requirement for all of our arm's length bodies, including the Housing Executive.
Okay.
But I think it's important to say we have no clarity yet on that provision.
And then just moving quickly on shared housing, you mentioned. What about for 25-26? What bid's been put in for that one?
So shared housing this year we got 31.5 million. In terms of 25-26, while we had a request in for 27 million, the indications are in the draft budget that funding is all going to the Department for Education. There was a pot of 41.8 million. My understanding is education needed all plus some extra. And there's nothing left for us.
Okay. And just finally, from your budgeting perspective, there's an issue that really gets to me on a regular basis, and it's to do with cross-departmental working with regards to land that is owned by different departments. I know that the Minister for Finance is reviewing assets, but has there been any consideration, given our housing crisis, to asset transfer to communities for land so that we can get housing built on it? Because to purchase that land, it's a circular movement of money. Because we're funding social housing, or the Housing Executive to build these houses, buy the land, build the houses, when actually it's our land to begin with. I'm just wondering, is there any strategic discussions happening within departments that we can see that type of movement?
I wouldn't have the detail of that, Kelly, but what I certainly can say, I know that there's an asset management forum at a wide sort of level across NICS, and sort of emails come in about sort of the sharing and if there's requests for property, whatever. But I would have to take that one away just to make sure get the finer detail of all of that.
So if I could just add, there's a very early piece of work looking at just this matter, just in terms of understanding all of the departments' asset ownership position, the condition of those assets, and what might be the best possible mechanism to share that understanding, and then have some strategic approach to how those assets are deployed, either from a development, disposal or land assembly point of view. But that will be, given the significant asset inventory that Northern Ireland Civil Service have, that will take and there are significant legal implications in that, of course, as well. That will take time.
Okay, there's nothing that would prevent finance from saying, right, we've got this available, communities take that for housing. there isn't an issue with that. It's just I'm very aware that there's money just moving around.
There's at a very high level there's no issue, but the type of land asset you hold would need to be considered with regard to title and zoning within the local development planning system as well, because obviously depending on how that land is zoned, it may not be suitable for housing and so on. And then there's also market effects with regard to dilution that would need to be considered. And obviously in each local council area we'd need to understand the housing capacity studies and work with housing executive to understand demand and all of that. So it can be done. It's just a very significant piece of work that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Nicola?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for your briefing. You've spoke this morning about the impact of the National Insurance contribution increase, how it's going to affect the department and public bodies and that, but it's also going to have a huge effect on the likes of the community and voluntary sector, and we've heard from them and they're deeply concerned. They're facing a cliff edge now in the next number of weeks. They don't know how they're going to cope essentially, and so many different organisations are really afraid they're going to have to close. So I wonder, have you done any work or has there been any conversations on how you can mitigate against that their effect? Has there been any representation of the British government, or what has your department done?
So I think we're very acutely aware of the impact this will have across the voluntary and community sector. NICFA recently commissioned a piece of work trying to estimate exactly what that would look like. We remain in regular contact with NICFA and other representatives of the sector. And I will say that the impact of the National Insurance contribution increase is going to be felt right across a range of sectors. You'll have seen recent press and hospitality and so on. So it's something that we're considering. Obviously, you've heard from us today on the budget, and it would have a very significant implication if we were to accommodate and recognise that request in the voluntary and community sector within the boundaries of our current budget. But it's certainly something that we're looking at, certainly something that we're having conversation with Minister on and colleagues in the Department of Finance.
There's just, I know that they are very nervous about that. And I just finally want to touch upon your engagement, the department's engagement with the Department of Health over core funding cuts to a number of charities, including Carers NA. Again, they are really nervous about this here. They know that it's going to leave them in real dire straits, and they're facing a cliff edge as well. So I wonder, have you had any conversations with the Department of Health not there, or have the Department of Communities come up with any other ways of which they can again mitigate against this here for basically our most vulnerable in society?
Yeah, I'm going to have to come back to you on that. I'm happy to provide an answer in writing, and because I would need to consult with colleagues in other areas of our business with regard to are those conversations ongoing, and exactly are we looking at options to mitigate that impact. But happy to provide that back to committee members in writing.
I'd be grateful for that. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Sherry, John and Cathy, for your briefing here this morning, and we'll clearly be engaging with you again and again, so we look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members, any other follow-up actions? Kelly, go ahead.
Just listening to the guys there, and it's outside of the budget process. Again, it is coming up. Local development plans from councils are needed now. And I'm very aware that not all councils have those local development plans. Can we write to the department to say, to ask what actions are being done with the councils to ensure, because if those plans aren't available to tell us what the housing issues are or what the level of need is, I know the housing executive does their work, but that's based on applications. It's not actually what's in there. That lack of LDPs is causing real problems for us. If we could ask the department what they're doing to push the councils on this, because I get the feeling that the department aren't, and they don't seem to think they have a legal responsibility to push the councils on that, because they're independent bodies, but they're actually holding up the work of government here.
Well, it's a valid question.
It's a question what work is being undertaken in the Department for Communities to support local councils or to press them for action on their local development plans?
Press them for publication of their local development plans.
Okay.
And to find out why or what the delays are.
Yeah, I think we should get a breakdown on where those are and when they're expected to be completed and published.
Okay.
Members content? Thank you. Okay, members, moving on then to agenda item 9, which is a departmental briefing on the Employment Rights Bill, which is a legislative consent motion, LCM. So a copy there is contained of the briefing papers contained at page 348. We also have received copies of comments or contributions on the LCM from both the ERA Committee and the Committee for the Economy, and those start at page 361. So I'd now like to welcome to the meeting Richard Jordan from the Department for Communities, who is Head of Income-Based Benefits, Dr. Nicola Connery, DERA Head of Equine Identification Policy Branch, Donna Kavanagh, DOF Construction and Procurement, Delivery Director of Policy Performance and Assurance, and Kelly Sprott, who is DFE, Head of Employment Conditions and Collective Rights Policy and Legislation. So Richard, I think is it yourself is going to make some opening remarks? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to attend the committee today and to speak to you about the legislative consent motion for the Employment Rights Bill, which from this point on I will refer to as the Bill. The bill as a whole aims to improve workplace conditions, extend employee protections, modernise employment laws and enhance existing provisions. The bill also allows for the establishment of a single UK-wide enforcement body to be known as the Fair Work Agency, which will bring together existing enforcement functions across a range of areas. The bill is substantial, however the LCM includes only a small number of the provisions that appear in the bill. The provisions fall under the remit of the Department for Communities, the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, or DERA, the Department for the Economy and the Department of Finance. I will provide opening comments and then I and my colleagues from each of the departments will answer any questions you might have.
Richard, could I maybe ask you to move a wee bit closer to the microphone so it's a wee bit hard to pick you up there, or take the microphone maybe across a wee piece? Yeah. Okay.
The bill was introduced in the House of Commons on 10th October 2024. Assembly Standing Order 42A requires that within 10 working days of a bill which contains provisions which deal with a devolution matter, the Minister responsible must lay a legislative consent memorandum before the Assembly. In this instance, it was not possible to adhere to that standing order, and I will briefly explain why this was the case. The bill is part of the Labour Party's commitment to introduce legislation within 100 days. As such, there was limited detailed information on the contents of the bill until close to the time of introduction. Given the wide-ranging nature of the bill, a significant amount of work was required to obtain clarity on the aspects of the bill that might require an LCM. The Department wrote to the Committee on 20th October to notify members of the proposed changes to statutory sick pay and that an LCM would be required in order to maintain parity. At that point, that was the only issue that engaged the LCM. However, cross-cutting issues were identified by other departments and these required further significant work to clarify them. Minister Moir of DERA wrote to Minister Lyons in November saying he was minded to agree to the relevant provisions of the bill regarding abolition of the Gang Masters and Labour Abuse Authority be extended to Northern Ireland. Minister Lyons assented to this. Minister Murphy, then Minister for the Economy, wrote to the Executive on 14th November to inform them of the introduction of the bill that his department was planning to bring forward a separate Northern Ireland employment rights bill. However, Minister Murphy subsequently wrote to Minister Lyons in January of this year saying that he was now minded to agree to relevant provisions of the bill relating to enforcement of labour market legislation being extended to Northern Ireland. Subsequently, Minister of Finance, Minister Archibald, wrote to Minister Lyons saying that she was minded to agree to the relevant provisions of the bill relating to procurement being extended to Northern Ireland and requested that that formed part of the LCM. So there was a series of communications which delayed the LCM being brought forward. The Minister for Employment Rights, Competition and Markets has asked the Minister for Communities and the relevant other ministers to agree that the relevant provisions of the bill extend here and to bring forward an LCM. Our normal starting point would be to seek to avoid using the LCM procedure. We're very conscious of the views of the members of the committee on the use of LCMs. However, given the circumstances, Minister Lyons, in tandem with those previously mentioned ministers, has taken the view that on balance it seems sensible to progress an LCM. The committee has been provided with written briefing on the bill, and if the committee are content, I will now briefly go through the provisions of the bill itself which require an LCM. starting with statutory sick pay and the transfer of statutory sick pay enforcement to the proposed Fair Work Agency. Statutory sick pay, which I refer to as SSP from now on, is a transferred matter, and while it is not a Social Security benefit, the arrangements for SSP fall under the scope of the Social Security Contributions and Benefits Northern Ireland Act 1992 and within the remit of DFC. SSP is the minimum an employer must pay an eligible employee if they are unable to work due to illness or injury. To be eligible, an employee must have average weekly earnings at or above the lower earnings limit of 6,396, £123 a week, or 6.3k a year. SSP is paid from the 4th day of absence, and the standard rate of SSP is currently £116.75, and it can be paid for 28 weeks. It's useful to note at this stage that many employers have their own occupational or contractual sick pay scheme, which can be more generous than SSP. So Clause 10 of the bill will remove the waiting period for SSP. Currently, as I said, employees must wait 3 days before receiving SSP payments. By enabling SSP to start from the first day of sickness, the bill ensures that employees are supported from the moment they are unable to work, addressing gaps in financial support during short-term illness. Clause 11 of the bill will remove the lower earnings limit so that all employees, regardless of their income, will be eligible for SSP. This will ensure that low-income workers who are often most vulnerable to financial hardship are not left without support when they need it most. To ensure fairness, SSP payments will be set at the lower of the flat weekly rate of £116.75 or a percentage of the employee's weekly wages. This means that for the majority of people who get SSP, they will continue to get the flat rate. However, for those who already earn less than the flat rate, the percentage-based option ensures that no one receives more in SSP than they would have earned through wages. The percentage figure will be confirmed on the face of the bill and will be amendable by regulations in the same way as is currently possible for the flat weekly rate of SSP. Currently, SSP enforcement and dispute resolution is carried out by HMRC on a UK-wide basis. The bill proposes to transfer SSP enforcement and dispute resolution to the new Fair Work Agency. In Northern Ireland, this change would ensure that local workers could benefit from the same level of enforcement and support as workers in Great Britain, with DFC retaining overarching SSP policy responsibility and maintaining an advisory role to support the new FWA, the Fair Work Agency. The proposed SSP reforms will ensure that employees are supported from the moment they are unable to work, addressing gaps in financial support and reducing financial hardship for employees. They will also ensure that low-income workers, who are often most vulnerable to financial hardship during illness, are not left without support when they need it most. There will be an increase in costs for some employers in Northern Ireland, particularly those who previously made SSP payments from the 4th day of sickness or excluded low-earning employees. While these costs represent a financial adjustment, they are arguably mitigated to some degree by the broader benefits of supporting employee welfare, particularly those with lower incomes, and reducing workforce disruption and impacts on productivity caused by sick workers attending work and passing on illness to others. Turning to the DAERA provisions, the proposed measures that fall to DAERA are the abolition of the Gangmasters and Labour Abuse Authority, with the transfer of those functions to the Fair Work Agency and certain saving provisions. The Gangmaster and Labour Abuse Authority, which I'll refer to from this point on as GLAA, is a non-departmental public body sponsored by the Home Office, which operates UK-wide under the Gangmasters Licensing Act 2004. It tackles worker exploitation, tax evasion and health and safety negligence. In Northern Ireland, its operations are funded and managed through DAERA. The GLAA currently employs 2 Northern Ireland-based enforcement officers. So Clause 118 of the bill amends the 2004 Act for the purposes of abolishing the GLAA and transferring its functions to the new Fair Work Agency. It is understood that the functions currently carried out in Northern Ireland by the GLAA will not change on the ground. Schedule 9 of the bill, transitional and saving provisions relating to Part 5, provides that any of the amendments to the National Minimum Wage Act 1998 made in paragraphs 17 to 20 of Schedule 8 do not affect any provisions of that Act related to the operation of Agricultural Wages Regulations Northern Ireland Order 1997. This is a simple saving provision which ensures that the Agricultural Wages Regulations Northern Ireland Order 1977 remains operable and so maintains the Agricultural Wages Board. The Agricultural Wages Board is a statutory body which meets 3 times a year to determine the minimum gross wages payable to agricultural workers and to set some conditions for holiday and sick pay entitlement. The proposed measures that fall to the Department for the Economy are in relation to the protection of workers and would enable the Secretary of State, with the consent of relevant Northern Ireland departments, to increase the remit of the Fair Work Agency in the future on a range of labour market and employment legislation. Schedule 5 lists the legislation that is subject to enforcement by the proposed Fair Work Agency under Part 5 of the Bill. Schedule 5, paragraphs 27, gives powers enabling the Secretary of State to increase the remit of the FWA in the future on a range of labour market and employment legislation by adding to the list of relevant labour market legislation contained in Part 1 of Schedule 5. It has been agreed with the Department of Business and Trade that the text will be amended to state that any such changes that include Northern Ireland devolved legislation will require the consent of the relevant Northern Ireland department or departments. Finally, turning to the proposed measures that fall to the Department of Finance, these relate to an amendment of the Procurement Act 2023 in respect of bodies carrying out reserved functions in Northern Ireland and in relation to the protection of workers and outsourced contracts run by those bodies. Clause 27 of the Bill seeks to amend the Procurement Act 2023 by allowing a UK minister to produce and publish a code of practice in relation to the protection of workers in outsourcing arrangements by public bodies to ensure workers are treated to no less favourably than workers of the contracting authority. In Northern Ireland, it is proposed this will apply where reserved bodies are operating in Northern Ireland, where there is a joint procurement between a transferred Northern Ireland body and a UK reserve body, or third case, a transferred Northern Ireland body uses a framework set up by a reserve body or uses a reserved central procurement authority. Clause 27 will not apply to transferred Northern Ireland public bodies. Aligning with the bill through an LCM would ensure that employees here receive the same enhanced SSP entitlements as their counterparts in Britain. And this uniformity prevents inequalities in workers' protections and minimises administrative burdens for employers operating across the UK. DERA is content that incorporating the proposed abolition of the GLAA and the establishment of the FWA avoids the need for a separate enforcement body in Northern Ireland, which would require significant time and resources to establish. The Department for the Economy is content that the bill will be amended to ensure that the powers enabling the Secretary of State to increase the remit of the FWA by adding to the list of relevant labour market legislation will rely on the consent of the relevant Northern Ireland Department where they relate to Northern Ireland legislation. The Department of Finance is content that the proposed measures in relation to the protection of workers and outsourcing arrangements by reserved public bodies in Northern Ireland are included in the LCM. So the proposals are not expected of any direct financial implications on the Northern Ireland Block Grant. A UK level consolidating functions under the FWA is expected to generate efficiencies, although specific savings have not yet been quantified. Equality screens on the abolition of the GLAA, the reform of SSP, have been carried out and concluded that no significant impacts on equality of opportunity were anticipated. Should the FWA plan to extend its remit to include devolved employment legislation, the Department for the Economy will consider the appropriate human rights and equality screening requirements at that time. The proposed amendments to the Procurement Act 2023 in respect of public sector outsourcing and the protection of workers do not apply to Northern Ireland public bodies, and therefore equality screening has not been carried out by the Department of Finance at this time. Finally, timing is critical, as an LCM would have to be agreed by the Assembly before the final amending stages in the House of Lords, which is expected to be early May. Given the process set out in Standing Order 42A, the timetable is challenging. At its meeting on 20th February, the Executive gave its agreement to take forward the necessary LCM as a matter of urgency. We're happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Okay, thank you for that, Richard. And I suppose just a general comment, LCMs can be of concern to committees generally, that whole process. I think in general, given this one is so complex and impinges on such a range of departments, I think that's particularly true. And it's unfortunate that the time pressures are such with this, but I'll make that by way of comment rather than a question at this point in time. A couple of quick questions from me then. I think the first one maybe for Kelly. So can you clarify how the approval process will work in practice and what safeguards will be in place to ensure that the devolved employment laws that we have here are not altered without full executive agreement? And I know Richard's touched on, but if you could just...
Yeah, well, firstly, just to say that there will be no immediate impact on devolved employment law upon the creation of the Fair Work Agency. What we have done by seeking the amendment to the text of the bill is to future-proof Northern Ireland's option to become involved with the work of the Fair Work Agency in the future, should that relevant minister deem that appropriate at that time. So we've been working closely with DBT colleagues, Department of Business and Trade and the Office of Parliamentary Counsel to have an amendment placed on the face of the bill that will be a consent mechanism. So that consent mechanism will ensure that if the Secretary of State in the future wants to increase the remit of the Fair Work Agency and it falls across devolved, that they must seek full consent of the relevant Northern Ireland department, is how it's written in the bill, department, at that time. So they cannot proceed without that consent.
But you're seeking that amendment at present?
The amendment is drafted. It won't be tabled on the bill until report stage starts, when the government put all their amendments forward. So that's anticipated for a week commencing 10th of March.
And are you confident, can you give some assurance to committee that will be accepted?
I have seen draft text of the amendment. We have checked it with our own Office of Legislative Counsel colleagues and Department Solicitor's Office, and we are content, and Minister's content, that it will fulfil that need, yes.
Okay, thank you. On the abolition of the Gangmasters and Labour Abuse Authority, I know it's proposing to abolish that. Are you able today to provide any assurance that the current level of labour market enforcement that's going on here, particularly in vulnerable sectors, that there will be no dilution or weakening of that protection as a result of this transition?
Absolutely. I mean, I think some of the benefits that will be brought about will actually enhance those protection levels. Certainly on the ground, the only difference that employees, employers and employee providers will notice is that when people actually do need help, instead of having multiple places that they maybe need to go to, there's now going to be a single place that they can go to for help. You know, the abolition of the GLAA and the consolidation of some of these enforcement functions represents efficiencies, pulling off intelligence resources as well. So absolutely we can guarantee that there be no dilution, as you suggest, of the protection measures that the GLAA offers, and the very good work that the GLAA carries out will continue. The Fair Work Agency, I think the timescale for that is approximately 18 to 24 months. There are provisions within the bill that actually guarantee that the good work that they do will carry on under the Secretary of State until those functions are then exercised by the Fair Work Agency.
Okay, thank you. And final brief one from me. Will there be any impact on the HSE, on the Health and Safety Executive, as a result of this LCM?
None anticipated. So obviously the Gangmasters and Labour Abuse Authority, one of the main reasons why they actually exist is to ensure that these labour providers comply with all of their statutory obligations, including, very importantly, health and safety law. So no impacts anticipated there.
Okay, thank you. Brian?
Thank you, Chair. So will the FWA actually be established here then? Is this just enabling legislation, or does this mean it will happen?
This is enabling legislation, which will set up the FWA. As Nicholas said, the FWA will be established. It will take some time to come to its fruition and become a functioning agency.
Do you think that it is likely to be established here, you would say?
Well, it's a UK-wide agency, so it will, but its remit here will be limited in its early days. This LCM, if you like, focuses on the interaction between the FWA and Northern Ireland devolved legislation, which is why the LCM is required to be put forward.
And it'll operate under a Westminster department then, or Right, okay. Well, we'll have to see how that works out in practice. Will it be a public-facing body then? It's not just working in the background. It will be, people will go to it. Yeah. So normally people have an employment-related matter. I refer them to the Labour Relations Agency. So how does it compare or contrast to LRA?
The whole point of the FWA is to bring together various disparate parts of enforcement and regulation of employment law, which is currently scattered across various arm's length bodies, into one recognisable body, the FWA, with its own branding. So there'll be a one-stop shop, largely, for employees and for employers who want to check with that.
I should probably know this, but is the LRA, is it a statutory or voluntary sector body?
If I could come in, my department looks after the LRA. It's an arm's length body of the Department for the Economy, but the role of the new Fair Work Agency will be very different to what the Labour Relations Agency does. The Labour Relations Agency does not enforce. It promulgates good guidance, it gives advice to both employers and employees, and it also affects conciliation. Both early conciliation and then conciliation during the tribunal process. So it will maintain its role as it always has been, and it will be different to the Fair Work Agency.
Right, do you think they'll have a distinct enough
very much
purpose?
So.
Yeah.
If I could just expand on, I think to give you a good example of how the Fair Work Agency will work in Northern Ireland, even though it's going to be created in Whitehall by Westminster, and it will be a Whitehall body. Upon creation, it will enforce national minimum wage, okay? And that will happen as it does now. So national minimum wage is a reserved matter, and it is enforced equally across the United Kingdom. That will happen on day one. So the enforcement officers who already do that in Northern Ireland will continue to do that, but they will be doing it under the auspice of the Fair Work Agency. So that's sort of an example of how that will operate.
But you do see individuals, members of the public, going to the FWA?
They will certainly be able to phone them, yes. If they believe that they aren't being paid the national minimum wage, or they have issues with something that's happening, they will certainly be able to phone them, and then the Fair Work Agency would be able to act on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Brian Kelly.
Thank you very much, and it's nice to see somebody with the same spelling as Kelly as me. We're few and far between, special people. Northern Ireland's employment rights are very different in the fact that we have our equality legislation in the Section 75 pieces. I'm just wondering how, if Westminster's going to be leading this Fair Work Agency, how that will be taken care of. I know that you've said that FWA will not extend its enforcement, so we're still expecting those that are here to do that will continue with that. But to be honest, Westminster doesn't get our equality legislation. They don't do equality impact assessments that we're required to do. So I'm just a bit worried. Is this a reduction in our equality standards here? Will that eventually come forward? Because Westminster could make changes in the future, and they may be out with what Northern Ireland requires.
Certainly, speaking for employment law, there will be no impact on devolved employment law upon the creation of the Fair Work Agency. We are not included. What we are doing through this LCM is protecting the future decision of down the line that we may decide that we want to become involved, and we may want to do that for a raft of reasons. We have no indication from Whitehall about how they might want to extend the remit of the Fair Work Agency as they progress, but what we do know is that the powers within the bill as they stand allow for that to happen. So we've been having discussions with our counterparts in the Department of Business and Trade. So what we're doing through this, seeking the amendment and the consent mechanism, is protecting the devolved legislator here and making sure that no decisions to expand can happen without the full consent of the relevant minister or ministers. As you can see, there's a lot of departments here. So that's the reason for it. And we would make those assessments at that time about equality, about whether we'd want to be in or not. So I think we would continue to protect ourselves.
My last question is about it says on paragraph 70, it's page 11 of your document, page 358 for us, the proposed amendments to the Procurement Act 2023 in respect of public sector outsourcing and protection of workers do not apply in Northern Ireland. Is that because the Procurement Act doesn't apply to Northern Ireland? It frustrates me that we don't have the same entitlements with those that we procure from, or for those that we procure from. And I count that as people who we contract or provide grant money to deliver services. So I'm just wondering, Is it a case that we're not included because Northern Ireland isn't part of the Procurement Act, or is it a different decision that's been taken on that?
Northern Ireland is part of the Procurement Act.
Okay.
This part just amends the Procurement Act to protect for the protection of workers in relevant outsourced contracts, but it only applies to reserved bodies, not transferred bodies.
Right. So reserved bodies, they would include the arm's length bodies.
Yes.
Yeah, because we've recently heard about prescribed bodies, which is another one. So
well, the arm's length bodies would come under the departments which we transferred.
Okay.
So the reserve bodies would be people like NIO, MOD, DEFRA, those sort of bodies would be the reserve bodies. But the Procurement Act, the other legislation in the Procurement Act covers the transferred bodies.
But it doesn't reach out to the other.
This particular part, which is part of the Employment Rights Bill, doesn't apply to transferred bodies.
Can we change that? Can we ask for that to be extended? Because we would like the same rights applicable to anybody that we're using to deliver services.
Well, you have TUPE legislation here, of course, which would apply for outsourced contracts for transferring staff.
It doesn't, like for instance, minimum wage. Well, minimum wage is supposed to be there, but living wage, for instance, isn't.
The real living wage is contained in the procurement guidance notes that CBD produces, and we apply those in our conditions of contract in CBD contracts.
But not to grants.
Grants is different from procurement. It doesn't come under procurement.
I always say it's not, but yeah, okay. No, I'm a little concerned about that aspect that we're not going to include, for instance, all of our community and voluntary sector that we look after here, not within that. Yeah, okay.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Okay, thank you for all of you for coming along today and for providing those briefings and responses. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just ask one question? Why is there nobody from the Department of Economy here then?
Sorry, that was
yes.
missing. Kelly is economy.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
I was trying to understand.
We
Thank
put
you.
education on your sign by mistake. It's economy.
Right, okay.
And represented the economy very well.
We're very ecumenical today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, anything following up on that? But
This is my confusion, right? So we have contracts and grants in Northern Ireland, and to be quite frank, some of the terms and conditions are the same. Can we maybe ask in the Department for the Economy for that rationale as to why contracts have been included in the Procurement Act but not when we purchase services via grant?
yeah, I suspect we can ask, but our ability to change this is probably.
I know, but it's just
the point's well
highlight.
made. Yeah.
So it's a question from this committee to the Department for Economy
Yeah.
on how far the Procurement Act extends.
Yeah, it's why does it only cover contracts and not grants?
Only contracts and not grants. Members agreed? Yeah.
Yep.
To be honest, some of the departments are treating grants like contracts and issuing what they want as opposed to what the organisations want to deliver.
Okay.
Got that? Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
30 seconds.
Yep. So members.
Set up.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to say it. So we're going to get set up for the raised briefing, and there's a 30 second or 1 minute delay. Just to get that.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound. Committee Room 29, Sound. Committee Room 29, Sound.
Okay, members, thank you very much. And we are moving now to agenda item 11, which is a raise briefing on the Sign Language Bill. So members, a copy of the research paper is at page 380. And I now welcome to our meeting Karen McCallion and Aidan Stennett to the meeting this morning. So Karen, I believe it is yourself who is given the initial opening statement, so please go ahead and do that for members.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members, and thanks for your time today. So as members of the Assembly's Research and Information Service, Aidan Stennett and I will provide an overview of the Sign Language Bill as introduced to the Assembly on the 10th of February. We'll each brief the committee on the details of the raised bill paper, which is on page 381 of your packs, and then we'll both take questions after Aidan has briefed you on the financial implications of the bill. To assist the committee in examining the bill, our briefing aims to highlight key legislative provisions, implementation considerations and comparisons with similar legislation in Great Britain and Ireland, and we should also explore potential areas for further consideration in terms of consultation, practical implementation and enforcement. So the bill is a potentially significant step for sign language users in Northern Ireland as it aims to enhance accessibility, cultural recognition and legal rights. However, as implementation success depends on the effective policy execution and stakeholder engagement, we'll focus on these areas in our research briefing. The Sign Language Bill is described as an enabling bill, meaning that the details are left to delegated or secondary legislation, and that will be through regulations. This potentially raises questions about oversight and clarity in terms of how those provisions will be applied in practice. So the absence of detailed provisions on implementation potentially raises some areas for further scrutiny, such as the extent to which the bill enhances sign language rights beyond the existing disability legal frameworks, and whether the reliance on the regulations provides sufficient clarity on public sector obligations. In terms of consultation and community engagement, the last public consultation on DFC's sign language framework, which included draft bill proposals, that took place in 2016. The Sign Language Partnership Group has been involved in the development of the bill, but they do not currently have a statutory advisory role. Therefore, members may wish to consider whether the absence of a more formal consultation process could impact the bill's effectiveness, as well as how DFC will ensure continued engagement with more than one representative of the deaf community beyond the passage of the bill as well. In terms of why the bill is important, unlike other linguistic minority groups, deaf individuals must navigate disability frameworks for basic communication rights. The bill shifts the approach towards linguistic and cultural rights, aligning Northern Ireland with best practices from neighbouring jurisdictions. However, the absence of enforcement mechanisms may require further consideration, as does the practical implications of moving sign language rights out of a disability framework, and how public bodies will be held accountable if accessibility obligations are not met. To give a bit of context in terms of the considerations of some of the real-world challenges of sign language accessibility, according to a Health and Social Care Board evaluation report that was published in 2021, in healthcare, deaf patients can experience delays in accessing interpreters, which can affect their ability to give informed consent, and a reliance on remote communication services may put vulnerable groups at further risk of not engaging with health services. An education survey report by the Consortium for Research in Deaf Education for 2023-24 detailed a 38% decrease of qualified teachers of deaf children between the years of 2011 and 2024, and that the number of children reported as deaf increased from 1,238 in 2011 to 1,603 by 2024. In terms of employment, deaf applicants and workers may struggle to access interpreters for job interviews or workplace training. And a 2019 report about access to justice for deaf people in Northern Ireland, the police officers and legal professionals interviewed as part of that survey believed that deaf people were less likely to use legal services such as solicitors and less likely to report crime than hearing people. And in terms of public services, difficulties in terms of the consistency of access to real-time sign language interpretation through local councils has also been evidenced as well. So members may wish to consider whether the bill should include minimum standards for accessibility in key sectors such as healthcare and education and justice, and the extent to which existing public sector accessibility gaps have been assessed by the department before the drafting of the bill. In terms of key provisions of the bill that will draw members' attention to today, Clause 1 details the official recognition of BSL and ISL, and the bill then grants official status to both BSL and ISL, and more details about that's on page 395 of your packs. In terms of Clause 3, the duty on prescribed organisations to take reasonable steps to provide information and services. Although services are to be provided at no extra cost to sign language users, this clause also takes into account affordability and practicability, and there again more detail on that on page 399. Clause 5 sets out that the Department for Communities is to issue guidance where the meaning of reasonable steps is to be left to departmental guidance rather than being defined in the legislation. And then clauses 7 and 8 set out the procedures for DFC to make regulations, and members may wish to consider how this may limit scrutiny both for this bill and in the future, and that's detailed from page 405. Clause 9 requires the Department for Communities to publish a report every 5 years, and Clause 10 provides for accreditation of BSL and ISL teachers and interpreters, and different types of teachers, such as teachers of early years and teachers of deaf children, are not explicitly differentiated in the bill. So potential areas for consideration may include whether the bill provides sufficient clarity on public sector responsibilities, the level of scrutiny, the use of delegated legislation through the use of regulation offers members of the Assembly, and the extent to which departmental guidance will ensure consistent service provision. In terms of the cultural and social recognition, the bill's provisions recognise deaf people as a cultural and linguistic minority by moving away from a medical model of deafness and supporting the promotion of deaf culture and identity. So the bill therefore adopts a cultural and social model of deafness which aligns with international best practices. The absence of funding commitments that Aidan will describe in more detail in his presentation, and the absence of structured obligations for cultural promotion is also notable as well. So potential areas for further consideration might include whether the bill should contain a statutory duty for cultural promotion and the alignment of the bill with other government strategies on minority languages. So in terms of comparisons with GB in Ireland, which you'll find a comparative table between pages 433 and 435 in your packs, it sets out a comparison of the clauses in the Northern Ireland Sign Language Bill with similar acts in Scotland, Ireland and GB. And so, for example, concerning promotion, Northern Ireland's bill follows Scotland's and Ireland's models, but it does not include some of the enforceability measures that are in both the Irish and the Scottish Sign Language Acts. So where Ireland mandates for free ISL interpretation in public services, and Scotland requires a national planning framework, and compare that then to the GB BSL Act, which focuses more on promotion than enforceability of accessibility rights. So the Northern Ireland sort of sits in the middle between those examples. So potential areas for then consideration might be that the potential benefits of statutory sign language services similar to Ireland, and whether a national strategy as used in Scotland could support the implementation process. So in terms of public sector obligations, the bill does not specify which public bodies will be subject to accessibility duties. This will be determined by future regulations. Public bodies may interpret reasonable steps differently, leading to inconsistencies in service provision, in terms of how that's noted in different individual sign language action plans. And there's no penalty or enforcement mechanism if a public body fails to comply. So potential considerations might be whether the bill should include explicit statutory obligations for public bodies and the risks associated with leaving compliance entirely to departmental guidance might also require further consideration as well. In terms of Clause 9, which is on page 410 of your packs, the 5-yearly reporting and evaluation. This requires DFC to publish a report every 5 years, but there's no specific evaluation metrics included in the bill. So compared to other jurisdictions, in terms of the timing of that cycle in England and Wales, after an initial annual period of reporting, it's a 3-yearly reporting process, and for Scotland, it's 6-year cycle. Ireland, it was 3 years after the Act was first enacted, and then 5 years thereafter. The Northern Ireland Bill has the 5-year reporting cycle, but it doesn't specify what data should be collected. During the second stage debate, the Minister indicated an openness to a shorter initial reporting cycle. So potential further considerations might include whether evaluation metrics should be specified and the advantages of shorter initial review cycles to ensure early assessment of implementation challenges. So then in terms of education and language promotion, the bill promotes early year language, sign language education, but does not establish a long-term strategy for teacher training. So potential areas for consideration may be the extent to which future teaching resources have been planned for or modelled by the department in terms of supporting the provision of sign language classes, and the level of coordination with the Education Authority as well on sign language provision. Clause 10 then, it details the accreditation of teachers and interpreters. That's on page 414 of the packs. The bill introduces mandatory accreditation, but the process and enforcement mechanisms aren't specified. So in 2004, there were 5 qualified interpreters in Northern Ireland, and this has increased to 39 in 2025. So in education, over 1,600 children rely on just under a total of 50 teachers, qualified teachers of the deaf. So the negative resolution procedure means that regulations on accreditation could be changed without full debate, and so therefore potential scrutiny points might be the sufficiency of teacher and interpreter training resources to meet demand, and whether a statutory review of interpreter and teacher numbers should be included in the bill. Then in terms of enforcement and compliance, the bill relies on voluntary compliance from public bodies. Ireland's ISL Act allows legal recourse if public bodies fail to provide interpretation services. The absence of an explicit complaints mechanism may leave sign language users without a means to challenge non-compliance. And so their considerations might be whether the bill should introduce an independent monitoring body and a need for clear accountability mechanisms for public bodies. So challenges in implementation, the bill leaves many of the details to delegated or secondary legislation through resolution, meaning that scrutiny will be limited after the bill's passed. The discretionary nature of reasonable steps may lead to unequal access across different public bodies, and the shortage of trained professionals may limit the bill's effectiveness in practice. So considerations might be the extent to which DFC will monitor and intervene if public bodies do not comply, and whether mandatory compliance checks should be included in the legislation. So to summarise, the bill provides important recognition but raises questions about enforceability, and the effectiveness of the bill will depend on its implementation and supporting regulations. So considerations might be the impact of the bill on public services and accessibility, and Aidan will detail this further in his presentation. And then other considerations might be how ongoing monitoring and accountability can be ensured, and whether additional safeguards may be needed to ensure effective delivery. So thanks very much, and I'll let Aidan take it from here.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. So as Karen set out, I'll move on to look at some of the public purse implications of the bill, and the commentary on that begins on page 414 of your packs. Just to note the public finance context that this bill is being brought forward in. The committee will have heard from the department earlier about how challenging that context is. and it's also a time when there's an increased focus across the executive on budget sustainability. So within that context, the AFM includes limited financial information. It notes that the bill is an enabling bill, stating that it will have no immediate financial implications, but the cost could be incurred in the future when the department uses the powers that the bill provides it with. As Karen has noted, the bill provides the department with powers to make regulations in 3 key areas. That's the list of prescribed organisations, details of the accreditation scheme for translators and teachers, and for the purposes that the department considers appropriate. As I've said, the AFM notes that using these powers may incur costs, but provides no indication of what those might be. And then the bill's reliance on secondary legislation may limit the committee's capacity to scrutinise those costs in the future. At this point, there are a number of knowns that provide indications of the potential impact of the bill on the public purse, but there are also some unknowns that ensure a full assessment of that impact is not possible at this time. So in evidence to the committee on the 6th of February, the department noted that it spent about around £500,000 per year on current programmes for the deaf community. In the same evidence session, the department stated that it would argue for a decent amount of funding, but added that not very much is needed to make a profound difference. Again, in that evidence, to the committee, the departments suggested that the bill would have implications across the public sector. Against this, there are a number of unknowns. As noted, we don't know which public bodies are to be designated as prescribed organisations, nor do we know the full contents of the guidance those organisations will be required to follow. In addition, it's unclear at this point to what extent public bodies currently provide information and services to the deaf community in an accessible way. So we do not know the level of improvement that will be needed to take them up to the standards that the legislation will require, and the costs associated with making that improvement. There's also some uncertainty to the number of BSL and ISL users in Northern Ireland. The AFM relies on a 2015 estimate of at least 5,000 sign language users. And in February, the department told the committee that they, I quote, struggle to determine definitive numbers, and that in turn makes it difficult to determine budget numbers. Finally, it's unclear how prescribed bodies will interpret the term reasonable steps when discharging the duties under the bill, and how this interpretation will impact any costs. So that's all I wanted to cover. Apologies, I've probably raised more questions than answers, but we're happy to take questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Karen, and thank you, Aidan. And I want to say in the first instance, and using some of my learning from the taster session, that I support the sign languages bill. However, and I thank you for the detail in your presentation, and it has touched on a lot of points that my own reading of the bill has picked up upon. This is a bill with significant, what are known as Henry VIII powers, and that I have to say is something that I think we will have to consider. I was particularly concerned around the kind of condition of affordability and practicability, and that the potential of that to hollow out the entire impact of the bill. I had concerns around the public bodies and how those were being identified, particularly ongoing. I had concerns also, like yourselves, around the engagement ongoing. It seemed very limited. I think it referred to one person or one organisation, which seemed pretty basic to me. So I think that's something we will want to look about. The review period, and as you say, the Minister did highlight that he would want to that he may be open to looking at that review period, because this is an issue that it's been waited for so long. We don't want to delay any tweaks that need to be made or changes. So I think you have set out a number of things there that I think tally, and a number of things that I hadn't. So I really do appreciate your input on that. Brian, go ahead.
Yep. Look, a very helpful raised paper as always. You highlight it's about linguistic and cultural rights, not as a disability accommodation, and it's also just highlighting it's about quality of communication, and as you say, like people, if they're requiring engagement with law and order agencies or with solicitor, just to ensure the high quality of communication. Concerned if prescribed organisations aren't actually defined. I think there's reference to all Northern Ireland departments and public bodies, but what beyond that? That's a fundamental, and all reasonable steps, as you say, that's going to be open to interpretation, and the lack of enforcement legislation. Obviously, a lot of this will take time to roll out the consequences of this. So I don't know, at some stage will there be, I don't see it in your paper, examples of what is done elsewhere, in terms, I expect that technology will play a significant role in the implementation of this. Realistically, you're not going to have an Irish and British Sign Language person standing in every public building in case somebody comes in. I'm sure that it'll have to be a service that can be accessed online. So if we can get at some stage some examples of what is done elsewhere.
Just to flag, Brian, there is some information provided. It's a page
433.
Page 433 of your pack, just for people to look back on. And of course, other areas might arise, and we can seek further raise input. It should, but at page 433 of your pack, there is a table for a number of pages there. There's a number of other jurisdiction comparators.
Okay. No, I'll get a look at that. Probably like to see a bit more, practical examples, of and I do wonder. There's wording I haven't. It says somewhere about that services are equally accessible in sign language as they are in English or in other languages, and as a legal term, is that what is in the legislation elsewhere? Because it could be argued that unless you have somebody standing there who can do ISL or BSL, you're not providing something which is equally accessible.
In the other jurisdictions, there's quite different approaches. So for the BSL Act in GB, it's really focusing on essentially government communications and the reports as well. That there's links for in the paper are really looking at how the amount of communications have been increased in terms of being translated to BSL. But then in terms of the Irish Act, free interpretation is for all public bodies, that's mandated within the Act. So and then with the Scottish Act, that has really been implemented through national plans. So there is a national plan created by the Scottish Government following the passing of the Act, and then each public bodies that are listed in a schedule at the back of the Act then were to provide their own national or their own plan for sign language provision, and then that's reviewed every 6 years as well. But there's been one review of that so far, and it's all following a kind of a national framework. So it's sort of different approaches in each one. So in this it's different. But the Appendix 1, and it's in page 53 of my paper, but towards the end, the back that's the one. That's got the comparison of the different approaches to the legislation. So where the Northern Ireland bill is quite different in that it's an enabling bill, and most of the detail in terms of what you're going to see in a public body hasn't been, because we don't know which organisations. Obviously the departments are all mentioned, but we don't know beyond that, who this list of prescribed organisations are. So but in terms of how things are done in other jurisdictions, that what we tried to do is kind of refer to those through the paper under each clause where we had the information.
Okay, well, we'll have plenty of time to work through this anyway. Okay.
And I think we've got a taste of why we do need appropriate amount of time to work through there. It's a framework bill which will require a lot more fleshing out, I feel. Kelly?
Yeah, thank you very much. Reading through your paper, I was quite glad when I did my second stage that I had covered off quite a bit of stuff that you were raising concern about. Do we know anywhere else, because I have never heard of this used in legislation in my time here, prescribed organisations is used by anybody else?
I looked back through, the only thing that was coming up was something from the early 2000s, but even then it didn't set out. So no. So the short answer is no, from what I could find. But
I felt that that was what seemed to me like antiquated language that didn't really explain. And I'm a great believer in, you know, make it simple so that people can clearly understand what it is. The other thing I was going to say is there any money comparisons for the other legislators?
It's not something I looked at for this.
Yeah,
I was trying to focus on
yeah.
the immediate Northern Ireland impact, but it's certainly something we can go back and explore and see what's available for you.
Well, maybe see. It depends what we're going for, of course. The only other thing I wanted to ask about is, you see it's gone out of my head now. What was that about? Yes, in the current legislation as provided, it says that the Department for Communities basically can't instruct another department to do things. Is that actually the case, or could we add things in? Because, for instance, we talk about Department for Communities has to provide classes. To be quite frank, the Department of Education should be providing classes as well. You know, is that a case that we couldn't amend and put something like that in?
Well, not being a legal expert, I wouldn't be sure of how that would work. But I think what's interesting is it says that in one clause, and then in another it sort of says it isn't possible to instruct the other department. So that was another, you know, kind of ambiguity going through, you know, looking at the bill as a whole.
No, I thank you very much. And as always, the questions that are provided are fantastic. We have got a lot of stuff.
We can drill into some of that evidence with the bill clerk and the bill office, and we will be scheduling once we get our call for evidence. So I think that's valid and that support. And indeed, we may be back to yourselves for some. I have a feeling we may be back to yourselves for some information in the meantime. But for now, that's a really, really good start. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, members. So.
Lost quorum.
Yeah, so we have lost quorum, so we can't take any decisions as such, but we're very close to the end of our meeting in any case. So members, any follow-up actions then on that one? Okay, so we'll move on now.
Can't agree on anything.
Yeah.
We'll note the forward work.
Yeah. So in relation to agenda item 12 forward work programme, it's contained at page 440. You'll note that following last week's meeting, a briefing in relation to the NI Football Fund has been added in for next week. Are members otherwise content to note the forward work programme?
Yes.
Yep. Any other business? Do members have any other business to wish to raise today? No, thank you. Date, time and location of next meeting, members. Our next meeting will be at 10 a.m. on Thursday, 6th of March in room 29, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Committee room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.